Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Sorry to be tardy to the party. I was really trying to figure out content today, and the truth is, I'm still riding a little high from yesterday. We did do Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable. I thought it was going to be bad, to be honest. I thought that Gibbs and I were going to get at each other's throats, but the truth is that what ended up happening was we just in the DMs before the show, he was talking shit, so I just talked shit back the entire time. And then interestingly enough, what ended up happening was I feel like we kind of got it out of our system where a substantial amount of the shit talking was already done by the time the show started. And then not just that, but the topic of extremists infiltrating the political parties, it actually ended up being a liberal leftist beef more than, any conservatarian or conservative would necessarily care about. And like, obviously, like, I got shit to say. I think it's bad that the left is being infiltrated by the DSA types. But at the same time, like, Hunter, to his credit, I like Hunter a lot now, especially. He was quite passionate, and he was the kind of like center left, Lockheed liberal, technocratic pragmatist that I enjoy speaking with. And so I'm sure we disagree on guns. I'm sure we disagree on sexual immorality. I'm sure we disagree on a host of topics. But effectively, like, it was fun. It was fun watching the liberals and the leftists shred each other. So I was looking for something like I'm still in that mode. I'm still in like a higher energy debate mode, even though I'm tired. So I wanted to do debate content, but then I was taking a look at it, and it's really like Pisco anti-Semitism accusations from DGG, and then it's Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. But the debate hasn't happened yet between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. What's happened is they're like, growling at each other like rabid dogs, but they haven't actually done the debate yet. So while I have no problems watching conservatives fight over the nature of Charlie Kirk's death, I do think that it's a little bit premature. I think that it would be titillating, but there would be nothing actually happening. It would actually just be, you know it would just be them yelling at each other, but not actually getting into the substance of the debate. And I want to get into the substance of the debate. So Rob says, "What's up? Good morning, Rob." Wokushi John says, "First, ha ha ha." Jen Winkler says, "Yo, yo." Jen Winkler, Grassard said that you want to know how old I am. I'm 38. Just a little bit of extra docs information. There you go. I'm 38. Conserve says, "First like reporting in, and remember, lads, live chat is better than top chat." I am switched over to live chat. I did set a goal. Rob says, "I snuck one in there. Well, good, 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 good. I like it when people are competing to like the stream. That's nice." Conserve says, "Thank goodness the right hasn't been infiltrated by extremists, then both parties would have a problem." I know, right? That then we would be stuck in this like hellscape, of left versus right, where at least a sixth of the country was extreme either to the right or to the left, and it would absolutely ruin national discourse. Thank God that only the left wing has been infiltrated by extremists, and the right wing is sane and fiscally, socially, politically responsible. And they've held on to all of their principles from the past few decades, and they adhere to their principles rigidly. It's a good thing that the right wing has remained the party of family values, truth, justice, and the American way. Thank God. So, well, Kishy John says, "Good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen." And why not do TikTok debates? They seem to be getting numbers for some people. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but let me see if I can open up my TikTok without fucking doxing myself. Give me a second. Can I had an editor a while back who had my TikTok login. And I don't know if it's hooked up to my Google. I think it's hooked up to my Google. We'll see. I'll try to log in without doxing myself real quick. I have no problems. As a matter of fact, if there was some kind of room that I could jump into easily, that dissident political freaks could jump into easily, leftist and right-wing dissident freaks, and if I could just go live on TikTok and or invite people over from TikTok, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. But if I what do I do here now? I know I'm a boomer, but okay, click on live, I guess. Give me a second. I think I can do this without doxing myself.
Damn it. All right.
Go live. Build the ultimate TikTok experience. Download for Windows. Open TikTok Live Studio Launcher. Modify my computer. Yes. Here we go. I'm just going to try to figure it the fuck out. Here's the other thing, too. There's shit that I just need to do, but obviously, like, it takes time. I get frustrated with the process, and then I just go back to the shit that I know how to do. But, like, I just clicked yes, TikTok Live Manager, modify my computer, yes, and now nothing is happening. Okay, so TikTok Live Studio, clicked yes again. There's a little bit of a load bar. And then it stopped loading. So now what? Now what the fuck do I do? And that's the thing. It's like I can't be fucked with. Oh, here we go. It's loading the studio. All right. So TikTok Live Studio is opening. Continue. Yes, I said modify my fucking computer like 5 times now. Just fucking do it, you piece of shit. It's still, my TikTok branding is older too, so it's still under Counterfire instead of under under Counterpoints Politics. Preparing your studio. But anyways, the point that I'm trying to get to, while I'm just trying to see if we can unfuck this shit, is if there's a way to get a bunch of autistic young people to get into a lobby and then yell at each other, I have no problems with that. Just one more step before the stage is yours. Get live access. Click. Live studio. Access status is under review. Confirm your age. Use this QR code. God damn it, dude. Fucking, it never goddamn ends, does it? See, you guys, I understand that, like, for y'all, it's just, oh, people go live, they talk shit to each other, and then that's it. But for me, I gotta unfuck, like, 4 different styles of software and hardware in order to talk to each other. And guess what? The fucking QR code, use the TikTok app logged into the same account to scan the QR code. God damn it. I don't even know if my TikTok is active. Don't allow. Now how do I... Where do I use the fucking QR scanner for this shit? Shut the fuck up. Okay, fine. Add a passkey. Dude, this is my fucking nightmare. Okay? This is my nightmare. I am... oh my god. I'm just endlessly clicking buttons in an attempt to... It's like, from your end, this should be like watching a fucking monkey fuck a football. Like that should be the same experience. All right, reverse camera, scan the QR code. Why aren't you scanning, you fuck? Use the TikTok app logged into the same account to scan the QR code. Profile. Oh my God, you fucking twat. Your QR code. Now what? What? There we go. Facial age estimation. God damn it. I'm definitely over the age of 18. Whoever suggested this, you are correct to be forcing me to do this. But you're also ruining the content. It took one scan of my face and it was like, yeah, you're an old bitch. That was awesome. All right, hold up. Appeal submitted. Thanks for submitting your appeal. We'll notify you by email or inbox notifications in the app as soon as we have an update. Okay. So apparently they're reviewing how old I am. And once they review that I'm not 13 years old trying to post my boobs to the internet, then they'll allow me to do TikTok live. So thank you, whoever suggested that in chat, bullying me to actually figure this shit out. But you have to understand, this is boomer shit. You understand, like, when your parents, if your parents are older, are like, email? How do I open my email? How do I open up my PDF? And that's what you just forced me to do for the past fucking 5 minutes, was basically, I am Joe Biden with dementia, and you just forced me to open up a fucking PDF on the stream. How old is that facial hair? Yeah, probably older than the 13-year-old children that TikTok is trying to keep off of posting lewd content on their platform. John Kennedy says, despite being much taller than me, you are much younger than me, as it should be. I suppose, if you're dwarf maxing. I said before, I'll say it again. In the near future, a Republican will run on releasing the Kirk files. Oh my God. Dude. No. Tyler Robinson's trial, because we live in an era of rationality and objective analysis and facts, and we all trust our gatekeepers, what's going to happen is the Tyler Robinson trial is going to go on, and the evidence is going to be so overwhelming that a guy with a trans girlfriend thought that Charlie Kirk was a fascist, and so he fucking cut little meme messages into the side of bullets and then shot Charlie Kirk, that everybody is just going to accept that. Like 99% of the population is just going to accept that is the narrative. Everything's fine. Everybody understands the world. Everything is Gucci. And everybody will realize that Candace Owens is a schizophrenic, and it will be fine. Anyways. Chort sent hiding for 10 jewels. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the donations. I think I saw a couple of those little, like, jewels donations this morning and last night. Crap says, good morning. Insert tangentially related Star Wars derailment question prompt. Ooh, Star Wars derailment for a few minutes. I'm breaking down the detention of Cassian Andor on the planet of Neamos. And for those of you who remember the TV show, Neamos was that, like, beach planet, that tourist planet that he got arrested on. Well, apparently, Neamos is the galactic equivalent of Miami. And what I mean by that is that it's a tourist trap famous for its beaches, but it's also famous for its party scene and its crime. So if you're a criminal and you want to lay low from galactic authorities, then you go to Neamos in order to party, where you being an alcoholic who likes to get into fights and shit, that's not going to get noticed in Neamos because it's such a crazy city. Now, unfortunately, with the Empire, sending a few battalions of shore troopers and a few, Viper probe droids in order to monitor the population, If you're too much of a criminal, or let's be real, even marginally a criminal, they're going to incarcerate you and send you to a prison work camp. So, I mean, that's if you're lucky. Nameless Henchman for 5 says, donation to watch Flesh Supremacy by M.K. Milgram. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is Flesh Supremacy? That is a terrifying series of words. Well, QC John says that QR crap is how I boom myself out of my old Discord account. I didn't even know how to copy all those passkeys too. Laugh my ass off. Yeah. This is modern logins at the office nowadays. Yeah, I want to kill myself. It was horrible. I don't know. It's our nightmare too. Having control in that situation is better than just watching it, lol. True. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. It's okay. What are we trying to do? Trying to log into TikTok. How old is that facial hair? Old enough. The app said he's 50. True. You pay someone to do it or a grandchild. Yeah. Post Bobs. Yeah. I did work out yesterday. I did chest and tries. I did a nice series of workouts, and then I went for a lap around the lake, and it was beautiful. It was glorious. So, I actually think Candace Owens did it and started the conspiracies to cover her tracks. Nice. The lady doth protest too much. True. That is that. Honestly, with the amount of energy that she has spent, distracting from the what's actually happened in the Charlie Kirk thing, that's a novel theory. I should DM that to Andrew Wilson and see if Kazra sent me this. I'll watch this in a second. But that's a novel conspiracy theory that we should give.
When the state of Oklahoma voted in a referendum to.
All right, I am going to watch this. Kazra sent this to me. I like Kazra. I'm happy he survived the Iranian war so far. Let's see what he sent me real quick.
Amend the Constitution to ban Sharia law. You can't understand a Sharia ban without understanding the Trail of Tears.
Hello, everyone. I woke up again with another execution in Iran. This time, a woman. Her name was Marzieh. She was a victim of child marriage. She was forced to marry a man at the age of 17. Yes, child marriage is legal under Sharia laws in Iran. She was about to be raped by another man in front of her husband. And that was not just only one time. She saw this sexual assault over and over. You might ask yourself why she didn't make an official complaint. She did. But in Iran, under Sharia laws, you're a criminal. If you're a woman and you don't fully cover yourself and respect the Islamic dress code, then it's your fault. That happened to Rayhane Jabbari, another victim of child marriage. I interviewed her mother before she was hanged. She asked the rest of the world to join her campaign to save her life. We were not successful. This is happening now. This week happened again under Sharia laws. And here in America, where I live, my adopted country, I hear Abdul al-Sayed recently says that he's surprised that why some in America would fear Sharia laws or resist to Sharia law. He says he doesn't understand. I know why. Because you never lived under Sharia law. You grew up in America. You know, a lot of people in America, they butcher my name as well. I don't care as far as they don't butcher me the same way that they butchered people under Sharia laws in Iran. My name is Masih Alinejad, and I know that you can pronounce my name well, but I want you to listen to a woman who experienced Sharia laws, who experienced seeing the killers in her front porch. I want you to listen to all women who grew up under Sharia law, who experienced the wound, the scars, the lashes of Sharia laws. And I want to name the charges, which is happening right now in Iran under Sharia law, killing people. Number one, do you know Mahsa Jina Amini? She was killed simply because of showing a bit of her hair. Yes, she didn't fully respect the Islamic dress code, and the morality police killed her. So under Sharia law in Iran, women should cover themselves. If not, you won't be able to get an education. If in public you resist the Islamic dress code, you receive lashes. Number two, under Sharia laws, you will be hanged if you walk out from Islam, if you say that you don't want to practice Islam anymore. I grew up in a Muslim family. I love my Muslim mother. But if I decide not to be a Muslim, I'm a murtad. I'm a muharib. And I will be hanged. I will be killed in my own country under Sharia laws. Number three, you will be hanged, executed in 21st century under Sharia laws in Iran if you are part of LGBT community. Yes, for loving someone, you will be killed. Number four, which breaks my heart. If you are a woman in my country, Iran, and you were raped, under Sharia laws, you need 4 male witnesses to report the rape in court. And if you couldn't find them, you will be charged with zina instead. Like Sekina Ashtiani, we launched a campaign to save her life. We couldn't. And it's still happening. Many women were hanged, executed in 21st century. Why? Because they couldn't report the rape with 4 male witnesses. Criticizing Islam, criticizing Quran, or criticizing Prophet Muhammad, any prophet, you will be called muharib and you will be hanged. Yusuf Mehrad ran a Telegram channel criticizing Islamic laws and criticizing prophets. That's it. He didn't burn anything. He didn't attack anything. He didn't kill anyone. Just writing on his social media. In 2023, he was hanged. You will receive 80 lashes if you drink alcohol, a glass of wine, tequila, anything. If you attend a mixed party and having fun with your family, you will be punished under Sharia laws. A thief, somebody stole something from a supermarket, can be punished by cutting off your hand. We have witnessed this multiple times in Iran. So to you, Abdullah al-Sayyid, here from Masih, an Iranian woman, I don't really care if people butcher my name here. They do that a lot. But people like me, women like me, get butchered themselves under Sharia laws. That matters. That breaks my heart. And that is why I want to invite you to listen to us, to those who experience Sharia laws. Then you will understand the resistance to Sharia law perfectly. I left Iran not because I misunderstood Sharia laws. I left Iran alongside millions of other women from the Middle East because we understood Sharia laws perfectly, because we carry the wounds and the scars on our body. So let us talk. Those of you Muslim men who are now in politics, you know Sharia laws and Muslim countries from TikTok, from social media, but we lived under Islamism. We lived under Islamic laws. We lived under Sharia laws. And let us talk about our lived experience. Then you will understand our fear of Sharia laws is rational.
So, I appreciate Kazra sharing that with me. How many people are Muslim in the world? 2 billion out of what? 7 billion. How many people are in the world? 8.3 billion right now. Okay. So, the reason why I know conservative liberalism hates that I do this, but I do it anyways, is, I try to talk respectfully about, Muhammad. I kind of cheekishly say, peace be upon him. I try to bring up the fact that, you know, he ended infanticide, and yeah, sure, he was a secular conqueror and this, that, the other, but, you know, I do apologia, you know, that Islam has a low barrier to entry where it's like believe in God the last day, that Muhammad is his messenger, do good works, and do the Hajj if you can. Because it's basically like very simplified deism, but then of course you actually have to read the Quran, then you actually have to try to be as close to Muhammad as possible because he was an ideal man and a man after God's heart and all that kind of crap. And that gets a little complicated. That gets a little complicated because then, since Muhammad was not just a religious leader, but also a political leader and a military leader, well, that means that military struggle is a part of the religion, or at least a part of the history, right? So, the reason why I bring all that up is because I don't think that we're going to get 2 billion people to be fedora-wearing atheist apostates or ex-Muslims of North America who are going to be like anti-Islam in every capacity. I just don't think that's how Christianity was reformed. I don't think that's how Judaism has become increasingly secular. I don't think that, like, I think even if I was to snap my fingers and make every Muslim on the planet like a fedora wearing anti-theist, they would soon find their religious impulses directed towards politics rather than religion, because it seems like the human brain or the human tribal mindset just has a desire to be a part of a tribal tribe and hold to an ideology with some level of fervency. That's oftentimes where I see like leftist anti-theists oftentimes apply the religious fervency with which they would normally give into religion. They give that over to like leftist ideological emancipation of the human species. So, what I do think is more probable, more pragmatic, is kind of like a buffet Islam. And by the way, the reason why buffet Islam is so difficult is because literally within the first few pages, there's a surah that says that you cannot be a buffet Muslim, that you can't just like take parts of the Quran and then ignore other parts. But I think that's like actually necessary. I think it's necessary to say Islam, or the way that we're going to practice Islam, is believing in God the last day, doing good works. Muhammad is a prophet, and do the Hajj if you can, right? And then everything past that, the specifics of the dress code, the specifics of being a hijabi or a niqabi, the specifics of, well, if you're a muharib, then you deserve to be hung. The specifics of cutting thieves' hands off. All of that shit needs to kind of be buffeted out of the religion, where people just choose that shit less and less. And just sharing this with you, Kazra, I know this is obviously a very personal thing, but part of the reason why Western leftists are so hostile to Muslim apostates who are hypercritical of aggressive authoritarian Muslim theocracies is because they think that people like me, the neoconservatives, the people who want to spread secular republics across the planet, that we use them as propaganda to justify invasion that then kills hundreds of thousands or millions of people. So, they're not wrong in that criticism. The question is whether or not you think it's good. If the Iranian Theocratic Republic was toppled in the next decade, and the Iranian people it was returned to some level of like democratic control, and then the Iranians became more Western, more quote unquote degenerate, more loose with their morals, more loose with alcohol and sexuality and education and all that kind of stuff, is that a good development or a bad development? Now, of course, I'm going to say good, but then we also have a whole bunch of right-wingers and left-wingers in the United States that are going to say, no, it's not good. Yeah, see, even Rodney Hobbs says, no, it's not good. But Rodney, I kind of got to ask you, just because there are, I do get people's politics mixed up. I forget your politics specifically. But why do you think the Iranian, we just heard some pretty like vile shit about the Iranian theocratic regime, that a woman wasn't properly wearing her dress code and she was beaten by the morality police until she died. We heard about another woman who she was raped and she accused her partner of facilitating the rape, but then she didn't have sufficient witnesses for the rape, so she was called a fucking, I don't know, a whore or whatever, and then she was hung for lying against the man who raped her. So why would the secularism, the consumption of alcohol, the loose sexual morality, the more people getting college educated and all that kind of shit, why is that worse than what we just heard? Because I think a lot of people would hear that and they would be like, that's not justice. So they would view that as quite evil, and any system that supported that as being quite evil. Yeah. Conserve says putting peace on his name is just an irony of ironies. Yeah, sure. What's the part that I'm supposed to give a shit about? Well, you know, women getting executed for minor social infractions. Do you think capital punishment for minor social infractions is based? Are you an aggressive traditionalist? Beef says, damn straight, midlife crisis dirt bike and a trip to the hospital. Nothing to see here, folks. Just a man who refuses to get old. Yeah. I do see some people like riding horses and dirt bikes in the woods, and I do get jealous. And I do know that if I started doing that and did that frequently enough, I'd probably get an injury severe enough to result in me getting into the hospital, like, or dead. And yet it looks so fun. I'm like, it could be worth it. It could be worth the risk. So, if fantasy happens, then sure, it's good, but it's just going to kill people and start civil wars. You say that, and obviously in like Syria, 500,000 people got wiped out, and there's like cities that are completely destroyed. But then the question is the new leader, the former Al Qaeda affiliate dictator that has taken over Syria, is he going to engage in an actual Western friendly modernization effort? And that's where that shit takes decades. So I would be curious what Syria looks like in 20 years, because if in 20 years it's no longer under dictatorial control, they have a vibrant economy, all the ethno-religious groups are not like slaughtering each other in the street anymore, all that kind of shit, and then they have like a vibrant, not fully secular, not fully liberal, but more secular and more liberal than it was. Is that, you know, are we going to look back at Syria and say, well, it sucks that 500,000 people died in order to make this happen, but in all's well that ends well, you know? Rodney Hobbs says, we do regime change, kill lots, make due to lack of services. Civil war starts because we're dumb. We say fuck it because we don't care. Everything is worse than before with weird religious armies. Well, I would say Iraq is the same thing. Iraq is, you know, we were there. We supported the national government. The national government was viewed as weak and corrupt. We left. A religious militant army rose up. We crushed the religious military army. And then now Iraq is under its own level of autonomy. It's still corrupt, but it's arguably politically substantially better than it was under Saddam. And then how's Afghanistan doing recently? Not good. Not good. Although I did have a friend send me a combination of there's like former Afghan special forces who have created an army that is simultaneously Northern Alliance, basically the remnants of the Northern Alliance, but it also has a decent amount of Pashto. I always mix up Pashto and Pashtun. I forget which one's the language and which one's the people, but they have a substantial amount of Pashto members. And they're announcing an offensive against the Taliban. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Conserve says, I'm not afraid of Sharia. I just find it disgusting and reprehensible. We are a propositional nation. It's not compatible with the proposition. Well, see, that's where I would push you, and maybe this would make Khazra uncomfortable or whatever, but I would push you a little bit. So obviously, having a state-enforced dress code based off of religious law is not compatible with America's proposition. But people voluntarily being hijabi or niqabi is okay, like, if it's actually truly voluntary. Them being voluntary hijabis or niqabis, actually, that's no skin off of our ass one way or the other. Jewish people wear specific religious dress. Well, some of them do anyways. Amish people wear specific religious dress. That it's no skin off of our ass. Where it kind of becomes a problem is when compulsion is used in order to get these effects. And then not just that, where lack of compliance results in violence. That's what's anti-American. So I would say being a hijabi or a niqabi, while it, falls, it doesn't fall in the liberal, secular, Western conception of feminism. If it was truly voluntary, I don't think it's any different than Amish people or Jews or fucking nuns or any of that shit. It's the compulsion that's the problem. Anyways. All right. Somebody said Destiny was on Fox News. So even though Destiny and I have beefed, maybe it would be good because he was talking about the DSA stuff. I think that is interesting. So if you guys are okay with that, if I can find it on YouTube real quick, then I'm going to do that. Destiny Fox News. The Will Kane show for an hour, for real? Wait, this was two hours ago or 2 years ago? 2 years ago. That's not it. The Democratic Party is now the DSA party. Hold on, is this it?
I had some. Says that's an effective tax rate of 54%.
Excuse me. Does anybody have a link? Destiny streamer Fox News. Yeah, this is 2 years ago. If somebody has a link for his appearance, I would happily take a look at that. Unless this is it. 2 years ago, 7 hours ago. I'm not seeing it. Did I get a link? I'm live now, bud. So, hold on. Let me just check in with chat. I find it cringe. I will not spread my secular humanism with the sword. It's not the way. Yeah, sure. Spread it with McDonald's. Listen, here, what's actually important for my birthday, 39, what's up? I just got a grip tester, and now I am bullying everyone I know for their weak hands. Based, Rob, based. Is the chart full of mods now? Weirdly enough, this, I actually demodded a substantial amount of the chat, so it should be less mods, but I think the mods are the most, active community members. Americans have an innate allergy to this kind of behavior. Even over religious zealots don't have the appetite post-Enlightenment. True. Lefty saying, I told you liberals are fascist based. The communal criminal justice system is the problem. Like you said, compelled behavior, but then in the UK, they wild out with shit like honor killings. Yeah, I mean, it happens, but I think the answer to honor killings is obvious, like, extreme state punishment in order to not only punish those responsible, but also to deter the behavior and make it clear to immigrant communities that this shit isn't going to be tolerated. So just as an example, I do remember like a 17-year-old teenager getting stabbed by her dad in the street for like promiscuous sex. And I think she ended up surviving, but effectively a bunch of bystanders like tackled him and beat the shit out of him and then waited for the cops. That father, for like an attempted honor killing, he should be in prison for like 20 fucking years minimum for the attempted murder. And he should basically have like the Clockwork Orange fucking, you know, eye peelers stuck on him and be forced to watch like Modern Family on a loop. Should Wakanda do a regime change in America because America has bad domestic and foreign policy? Was Killmonger right? No, because Killmonger was an authoritarian. I'm a Republican. I like the rule of law. I like the balance of power. I don't want to be under a black nationalist authoritarian. Why would I want to be? Why would I want to be under Killmonger's reign? And by the way, like what was it? Michael B. Jordan, there was some like quote at the end where it's like, I want to be like the slaves who knew it was better to die than to, you know, live in chains. And I forget the exact quote, but there was some kind of like logical problem with it where I forget what the logic problem was, but there was something where it was just like silly because there's no way that he would have ever known about the slaves who killed themselves rather than live in chains. I don't know. It was silly. It was for dating American men. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, and he was raping his daughters. Oh, kill that guy. Kill that guy. That's where like capital punishment for me is so obvious. If there is a guy who is raping all of his family members, and then one of his daughters starts, despite her sexual trauma and abuse, she starts dating someone outside the religion, and then he tries to stab her in the street, and we have like video evidence of him trying to stab her in the street. We got testimonial evidence of him raping all the family members. Maybe we got some DNA evidence proving that he incestually raped his family. Like, for me, once you have all that evidence lined up and it's verified to be like proof beyond a shadow of a doubt, that guy should be walked out behind the courthouse and executed with a 45 caliber bullet to the fucking back of the head. Like that is fine by me. Like verify, proof positive that this guy did all the vile shit of which he's accused. Okay, we got the video of him stabbing the daughter. We got the daughter's sworn written statement. We got the fucking, we got the DNA evidence of the rape. We got half a dozen sworn written statements from the family that they were raping. We got that he raped all of them. We got we got some neighbors and school community fucking statements saying, oh yeah, we knew it was abusive. We didn't know how bad it was, but you know, on this date at this time, he fucking, I saw him like violently grab his daughters and run them away from, and then kill him. Kill him. It's beyond a shadow of a doubt at that point. Capital punishment is appropriate. Fucking walk his ass out, like proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Appeal it to a judge. Walk him out behind the fucking courthouse and shoot him. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, guys. Despite any weird moral argumentation about how incest can be morally neutral, actually, incest rape is bad. I don't know if you guys knew that. Rodney Hobbs says, if Japan evolves into Super Japan with mechs, why shouldn't they do regime change on us? Because we suck in comparison. I mean, they can try. I just don't think they're having enough kids to actually effectuate. Like, what's their population? We have a population of 330 million. What is the population of Japan? Oh, shit. They're actually not, they're substantially larger than I thought they were. I thought they were going to be like 40 million. But they're 122 million. That's a lot. To fit 122 million people on that island, that is actually bananas. Holy shit. That's kind of crazy. I could understand how they hit a population peak. They probably, now that I'm looking at it, a population of 122 million. I need to show you guys this for population density. Japan, well, yeah, Google Maps. Let me show you this real quick. I know the content's all over the place, but I'm kind of hoping one of you guys links me the Destiny debate. Look at this. 122 million people fit in this chain of islands. Okay? And for comparison, we have 330 million people that live in this entire area plus this. Dude, that's nuts. Japan is like half the size of California, and yet they fit a third of our population into half the size of California. Maybe if you added up all of Japanese surface area, it would be 3/4 of California. That's crazy pants. Grassroots for 10 says, I asked Tally and Kay what system they would want if pluralistic, secular, liberal democracy collapsed because they view its value as its practical usefulness. What system would you pick? Singaporean civic nationalism. So for those of you who don't know, Singapore has like a really aggressive republic. It's like a centrist authoritarian state. So so they don't have a First Amendment the way that we do. You have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech as long as you don't talk about religion or politics in a way that excludes other people from society. So you can't talk shit about Islam, and you can't talk shit about Christianity, and you can't talk shit about Taoism or Shintoism or whatever. And excuse me, but and also if you like litter, the cops will detain you. You'll go to court, they'll sentence you, and then they'll beat you with sticks. And I would love to live in a society where people who litter get beaten with sticks. That would be awesome. So, I'll look up Japan's real size. Okay. Japan, country in square miles. And then let's do California in square miles. So, California covers a total of 164,000 square miles. And Japan has a total area of approximately 145,000 square miles. Yeah, so Japan is basically the size of California. So, I mean, that's cool. I feel like I understand Japanese population density and demographic challenges a lot more now that I realize that they squeezed 120 million people into what is effectively the state of California. I understand that California, the east coast of, or it's not the east coast, but the eastern border of California is largely desert. But I'm also sure that the island isn't purely habitable, productive land. There's probably substantial amounts of Japan that are like mountainous and not easily developed. And so as a result, fitting 110 million people into that small of a territory is probably actually quite a challenge. And I understand that if you're living on top of each other, your impulse to have children might be severely degraded, particularly if you don't have access to like communities and housing and public parks and all that, which by the way, I'm sure Japan does have, but I'm also sure that the public or the what do they call that? The urban density is fucking wild. Okay. I haven't seen any debate, only a quote from Destiny on a Fox News article. Okay, then maybe I'll just do the Lonerbox, Pisco, anti-Semitism content momentarily. I'm having a good time hanging out. I'm not in a rush to do anything. I'm still like, I'm simultaneously like a little adrenalined out and ready to yell at people because I was on the Reverie Roundtable last night. And I'm also like a little tired and kind of want to chill. I have both of those impulses simultaneously. Excuse me. Grassroots says, when I say collapse, I mean complete and total national divorce. We don't accept their currency or legitimate their candidates. We don't accept their constitution, etc. Yeah, if I could let's say Florida separated out from the rest of the union and it was up to us to determine how we continued on as like a civilization, I 100% would pick like Singaporean, civic nationalist, centrist, authoritarian shit, and that with like extreme technocracy and education. And then the only thing that I would do is I would add back in the First Amendment. And then I would do a Swiss model of firearms ownership. So effectively, we would have the Second Amendment where, you know, it's like a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But what's going to happen is we're going to have like an addendum to that says that like the people have to meet this threshold in order to bear arms. But then what's going to happen is at 18 years of age, all able-bodied men and women will go to what's the equivalent of Marine Corps boot camp. And then they will be issued an assault rifle by the state that they keep under their bed. And they'll have access to, you know, private arms for self-defense in their home. So basically, like, I want an American-Swiss hybridized gun model, and I want a Singaporean-American civic nationalist centrist authoritarian state. So, Grassroots for 5 says, thanks for an actual answer. Mine was a constitutional monarchy. Nah, no thanks. Kings are cringe. Yeah, the Loner and Pisco combo was good. We'll probably do that. I don't think Destiny did any debates recently. Nah. Did you peek at the knobs? No, let's take a look at that real quick. That's important. Warhammer community news. Let's take a look at the... So what's interesting about orcs is their upper echelons are called knobs or nobles, right? But they're just like bigger orcs. You know what I'm saying? And my problem with the Armageddon orcs, so hold on. Orc Beast Boys. So the Beast Boys look a little feral and a little ugly and stupid. Matter of fact, I don't think this is necessarily what I was looking for. What I was looking for was Age of Sigmar orcs. I think the Age of Sigmar orcs look fucking fire. This is what I want. I want these orcs in their like yellow armor and their morning stars and all that. I think these orcs look fucking sick. So basically, I want the Age of Sigmar orcs, but then I just want to give them guns. So if I was going to do an orc army, I unironically would, I would probably kit bash Age of Sigmar orcs with bits stolen from a orc, from a current orc thing. This one's good. I like this one a lot. This reminds me of the orc that you fight in Space Marine 1, like the bigger one. This one's okay. I don't like the goggles, but, you know, whatever. He's still very orky. Big fan of that. Also, the double twin shootas. That's pretty sick. This is sick. This is fucking sick. Huge fan of the dual power claws. This is sick. Yeah, I'd give this like an 8 out of 10. I would straight up give this an 8 out of 10. Ooh, these bikes look good. Look at these bikes. Yeah, this is a good kit. This is a good kit. That's what I want. You know, sometimes you don't want to spend like 60 to 80 bucks on 3 models from Games Workshop, but sometimes you just have to. And I would say that these Auric bikes, if you were going to get biker boys, you would need, I think that, like, yeah, sure, get third-party shit, print out the cooler FDM models, print out the cooler resin models that you can find. But if you're going to drop 60 to 80 bucks on, if you're going to build a speed wah, basically a biker army, then your biker army should include these original models. I think it's worth it. These models are sick. So yeah, so whoever was bringing this up, I give it like an 8 out of 10. I think the knobs are a mix, but there's a lot of really cool shit in here, and I think they're really good for kit bashing. And then I would say the bikes are a 10 out of 10. The knobs are a 7 out of 10. The bikes are a 10 out of 10. Overall, an 8 out of 10. That's pretty fucking fire, not gonna lie. Oh, anyways. Well, QC John says last night was a great throwback to OG Connor Panels 07 boss. Thank you, Well QC John, and thank you for your support last night. Hold on, let's take a look at this loser. John Brown says, I called CPS on you to take your children away, pedo. I just like you try to take away Destiny's. Say bye to your children. CPS will take them away, just like you try to do it to Destiny. Yeah, John Bond, you're a dipshit. I haven't done anything abusive to my children at all. So, eat a dick. Terms of service, terms of service, terms of service. Terms of service, terms of service, terms of service. Let's go ahead and make that permanent if it's not already permanent. There we go. All right. Someone had sand in their panties. True. Imagine being that sick in the head. Sounds gay. I like the red orcs that build the crazy vehicles. I don't remember the name. Yeah, blood axes are the smartest orcs. Speed orcs or the speed waz are the people who do, bikes and cars and all that kind of stuff. I don't remember the other stuff. Chainsaw axe on a bike is pretty awesome. True. We need better weird boys. True. I like the new weird boy. I like the new weird boy too, but I do want one that looks a little less crazy. Now that we're on Warhammer stuff, I'm going to bring up Flesh Supremacy again. It's good and the COG will like it. Trust. God damn it. Flesh Supremacy by MK whatever. We're only at 20 people, so we need to probably start the content. All right, I'll leave this up for the break. All right. All right. I think if you guys are ready, I'm ready. Might as well start the content. Man, everybody, listen, I'm not saying everybody stole my idea. I'm sure there's other people who
that's not enough.
Had this schedule, but I do swear to God that I started streaming at 9:30 to 9:45, let's be real. I started streaming at 9:30 to 9:45 because I was like, oh, all these liberal and lefty streamers are so lazy. They wake up at 11 a.m. and then they don't start streaming until noon or 1 p.m. And that was true for a long time. And then I'm starting to feel like some people saw the value in waking up earlier than the rest of the streamers. And now I see people waking up earlier. Destiny is convinced that Pisco is anti-Semitic. I know, and I think that's what I want to do, is I want to defend Pisco's honor a little bit. I think I can agree to Pisco being what did they call it? Functionally anti-Semitic, because he hangs out with people who are functionally anti-Semitic. I can steel man that argumentation, but to call Pisco anti-Semitic, I think is wild. I think that's a wild, silly accusation. Officer Nasty says, Connor, I don't really get 40K. Could you make it more digestible by making it into an Israeli-Palestine metaphor? Yes. The Imperium is Israel, but Greater Israel is the entire galaxy. And in the entire galaxy, there's half a dozen tribes of Palestinians, including Orcs, Eldar, Tau, and what else? Oh, okay. And then Israel splits halfway through a giant war trying to seize greater Israel. They split in two, and all of the leftists try to overthrow Bibi Netanyahu, and they almost kill Bibi Netanyahu, but then the Israelis turn Bibi Netanyahu into, they put him on like a life support system, and Bibi Netanyahu is rotting on the life support system, but he is the permanent ruler of galactic greater Israel for 10,000 years. Good times, good times. All right. You ready to defend Pisco's honor? I'm ready. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today, I got Pisco and Hutch and Lonerbox debating anti-Semitism. And the reason why this is relevant is because with the DSA, the leftist faction of the Democrats rearing their ugly heads, there is now there always was, but it's heating up, the civil war between liberals and leftists. And so what the anti-leftist types are doing is they're grappling with any point of leverage that they can use in order to malign the leftists. And by the way, some of the leftists deserve to be maligned, and some people like Pisco, I would say, are too friendly to the leftists. But in doing so, I think they're stretching the definitions of certain words, including anti-Semitic, in order to vilify the more progressive and left-wing faction of this political development. So, we're going to be taking a look at Lonerbox, Hutch, and Pisco Liddy fighting about the topic. Let's take a look. And then, Solidus, if you have a different suggestion, I'm all ears.
Anyway, you want to talk about Jews?
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, hell, they called me functional anti-Semitism. I'm like, what the
I have no idea why anyone would say that about you. Okay, I think we're close to something.
Didn't really
here.
see. Wait. Where was the Liberal Action Network there? Right? I feel like
I'm only just hearing about this. What are you talking about?
But when you combine coverage of Israel with Zog, APAC 24/7, and that's your biggest talking point, and every single election all across the entire United States, you to try to pretend like, oh, well, this is just fair coverage of Israel. Your coverage of a certain magnitude is absolutely.
I was getting quite frustrated by the.
But I do think at this point they are either, whether it be knowing or unknowing, playing into anti-Semitic tropes with just the sheer level of Zog stuff. I would say Kyle especially, but.
These kinds of creators, including and not limited to Kyle, say that they disavow anti-Semitism, that they are not talking about Jews, that it's actually anti-Semitic to conflate Jews. And so you can say that that's not enough.
Whoa.
That's not enough disclaiming it, anti-Semitism, but they do it.
It's that it's factually incorrect and it doesn't line up with what they're actually doing.
What's factually incorrect?
Because me just saying that anti-Semitism is bad doesn't mean that what I am doing isn't anti-Semitism and that it isn't bad. I'm just putting out a separate thought, and I'm asking you.
I thought we were talking about
what I'm doing.
So now we're changing the dependent variable. I thought we were talking about the effect, the instrumental effect on anti-Semitism in the world. I'm not talking about their
instrumental
anti-Semitism
effect, but we're also talking about the way we engage with it, and that requires being able to observe both simultaneously.
So are we talking about whether they're anti-Semitic or whether they're causing anti-Semitism to increase?
Both.
Okay.
One leads into the other.
So do you think that they're anti-Semitic?
And how we choose to engage with that determines whether or not we see that as a problem.
I'm not convinced that Crystal and Kyle are anti-Semitic.
Okay. Kyle absolutely is, right? It's there are a few ways you can draw that connection fairly easily. What happens here?
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm not using the word like as much. I listened back to the
Don't worry, man.
Twitter space.
Don't worry.
Take a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, take a few minutes. You can look up some dictionary stuff. I'm not pressuring you.
No, I want to lay this out with agreement. You can draw conclusions.
Let's just go from the start. Fuck me.
My conduct, and the other is what we should interpret about their state, or that they're anti-Semitic. Given
and the overall impact of it doesn't change, then what are we actually doing here?
Yeah. So
at some point, the chain has to break if you want to actually have something different happen.
So a bunch of responses here. Are you asking me given this, should I change my behavior? Or are you asking me, does this show that they're bad faith or that they're anti-Semitic, given that they must also share this belief? So there's two questions.
Clarion Roy says, curious about your thoughts on Pisco nowadays. He used to just annoy me with his mannerisms, but now he represents everything that I hate in a liberal. Pisco and I have 6 years of history. Like we have been debating, I think, since 2019 or 2020. And he was a smug, autistic pedant back then. And so as a result, him and I had quite passionate clashes back in the day about abortion and racism and American empire and all this bullshit. So I am more inoculated against Pisco's rhetorical style than a substantial amount of the audience. What I would say, I still think he's very... yeah, I think he's earnest. So what I mean is that, like, he is trying to approach or get to the truth, particularly in one-on-ones. I think that when conversations are framed as debates, though, or when he's in a panel, he has this, like, penchant. He has this desire to appear to be the smartest guy in the room who understands the most about everything. So he tries to linearize, quote unquote, argumentation, and he tries to define every term. And then the second that his opponent defines something or linearizes an argument, he tries to peel apart that variable. And therefore he can never be wrong because his opponent is already wrong on a sub idea of a variable of the overall argumentation. I find those conversations like really tiresome. Because it seems like if we stopped being autistic, we could zoom out and kind of see like the overall thread of the argumentation and fight about the bigger thing. But because of Pisco's desire to linearize and define every subcomponent of an argument, we just get trapped in pedantry for like hours. That's why his, like, didn't he have literally an 8-hour debate one time? Didn't he have like some debate against, like, it was seriously one topic, one opponent, and they talked for 8 hours. I am simultaneously unsurprised by that development and also think that that is like a feat of emotional endurance. That is a psychotic way to carry on conversations.
Questions. The first is like my conduct, and the other is what we should interpret about their state of mind given our shared belief here. Which do you want to do first? Their state of mind or my actions?
No, I want to lay this out in order first because
okay.
I think that that's going to be able to better pin down what we're actually talking about.
Bulb, sweet Bulb, thanks for the $5. Islamophobia, I'm not talking about Muslims, I'm just talking about Islam energy. Nah, phobia is a rational fear. I'm actually rationally afraid of beheadings and rape gangs and I don't know, Mecca.
Rather than speaking broadly to each individual action.
Okay.
We both agree that there is some capacity for them to increase
He's talking to Conduit.
Anti-Semitism with the way they report on the news because
Israel focus or high narratives that are, super emphasizing Israel's influence. Yes, all that stuff. Agreed.
Yeah. So all of that stuff has the capacity to increase anti-Semitism.
Yes.
They don't have a willingness to improve their coverage in such a way that it minimizes that.
Well,
we can draw conclusions about what their preferences are based on that.
So that's a different thing. So I often hear these kinds of creators, including and not limited to Kyle.
Yeah, dude. Somebody said it was Rob Noor and it's 11 hours, and somebody says it was like the autistic Indy 500. Man, that's like the autistic Le Mans. You know? I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a race in France called the Le Mans, and it's been going on since, like, I don't know, the 50s, where they race supercars for 24 hours. Yeah, that is the autistic Le Mans.
Say that they disavow anti-Semitism, that they're not talking about Jews, that it's actually anti-Semitic to conflate Jews. And so you can say that that's not enough. That's not enough disclaiming it, anti-Semitism, but they do it.
It's that it's factually incorrect and it doesn't line up with what they're actually doing.
What's factually?
The discussion of whether or not they're anti-Semitic is pointless. I don't think it's pointless. The problem is that it's just like a very hard mode debate. because people are so resistant to apply that term when it's mostly being expressed through like a bigotry towards Israelis. Like that's because again, like anti-Zionism or like anti-Israeli bigotry is like it's just very different to what we normally consider to be anti-Semitism, even though it overlaps a lot. Like it overlaps in terms of the obsessiveness, in the very quick willingness to believe that they're capable of things that are physically impossible, like vaporizing people and shit like that. So it's just a very difficult way to. It's a difficult kind of endeavor to explain how you kind of get the anti-Semitic overlap, but it takes time. I think it's worth it though.
Correct.
Because me just saying that anti-Semitism is bad doesn't mean that what I am doing like isn't anti-Semitism, and that it isn't bad. I'm just putting out a separate thought, and I'm asking you.
I thought we were talking about
what I'm doing.
So now we're changing the dependent variable. I thought we were talking about the effect, the instrumental effect on anti-Semitism in the world. I'm not talking about their
the instrumental effect, but we're also talking about the way we engage with it, and that requires being able to observe both simultaneously.
So are we talking about whether they're anti-Semitic or whether they're causing anti-Semitism to increase?
Both.
Okay.
One leads into the other.
So do you think that they're anti-Semitic?
And how we choose to engage with that determines whether or not we see that as a problem.
I'm not convinced that Crystal and Kyle are anti-Semitic.
I'm trying to figure out how to respond to that, because I feel like that is set up to just make us go into another circle about this, because the entire premise of this conversation is built on the fact that whether or not they are knowingly anti-Semitic, they are doing something that causes anti-Semitism. So giving them the label of that, it doesn't necessarily imply that in their own minds.
I'm not going to call them anti-Semitic. I'm not going to call them anti-Semitic unless I think they're anti-Semitic.
Engage with them.
Yeah, I'm not going to call them anti-Semitic unless I think they're anti-Semitic.
Again, that's not the prescriptive solution, though. What I'm talking about is whether or not we engage with them differently based on the conclusions that we can reasonably draw from their actions.
I'm happy to engage on that. But if part of this is analysis of whether they are anti-Semitic, I'm just telling you that I'm not of that belief. I have not been convinced that they're anti-Semitic. But I'm happy to do the analysis independent of that.
In that case, I need you to sell me on something.
Yeah.
If I say Israel bad, it is a very easy thing to say. It is not anti-Semitic in and of itself. But I say Israel bad in such a way that it causes people to conflate Israel, Jews, and a disproportionate impact of them on America in such a way that they cause material harm, and that it creates an internal bias in someone towards those groups of people without legitimate cause. I don't hate Jews. I will say that anti-Semitism is bad. Am I an anti-Semite?
You're an anti-Semite if you harbor prejudice against Jews. That's when you're an anti-Semite. So, on the basis of them being Jewish.
So do I need to do that knowingly, or do I need to or can I be an anti-Semite if I cause that through my actions, unaware of the connection?
Yeah. So if you cause anti-Semitism, you are not necessarily anti-Semitic. Agreed? Yes or no?
It depends.
That would really depend on how you're doing it, right? There are things you can do that would cause anti-Semitism that definitely don't make you anti-Semitic. For example, every time people watch these, I used to feel this when I was younger. If you broadcast like a video of settlers looking all Jewish and doing crazy shit and speaking shit and saying to be doing it in the name of the Jewish faith or the Jewish people, people are going to watch that, and some people are going to watch that, and it's going to give them anti-Semitic thoughts. When I used to see those fucking Flag Day riots when they were running around the streets and spitting on people and shit like that. I was like, that made me feel like slightly anti-Semitic when I was a fucking teenager and shit. Growing up in the Arab world and shit. But there's nothing wrong with broadcasting that, right? Like with broadcasting settler violence, because it's true. It's like it's a thing that people take interest in, right? Or even if it's something you think is true, like a bit of disinformation. But if you are broadcasting like outrageous claims with a kind of like reckless disregard for how much it's truthful or how much it makes sense, then and it is mostly directed at the country that happens to be Jewish, then I don't really know why that wouldn't be anti-Semitic like that.
Yeah. So just as an example, backing Lonerbox up real quick, there was I don't like Christian evangelicals. Okay, I don't. Going other places and just harassing people in the street about your faith, and then just saying like, oh, if you don't agree with me about the nature of faith, then you're going to hell, and blah 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 blah. I don't like that kind of shit. But I have an American perspective on freedom of speech and freedom of conscience, which is effectively it is their right to be in public, expressing their freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and expressing their religious beliefs. And that's just something that, like, you kind of got to tolerate as a free American. So since we oftentimes state that Israel is like, oh, they're the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, and they're tolerant of the LGBTQIA+++, and they have all the same religious rights for everybody and all that kind of bullshit. When I see Christian evangelicals in Israel walking around proselytizing, and then Jewish folk are walking up to them and shoving them and spitting on them and talking shit to them to their face and all that kind of stuff, I go, God damn. You know, here we are, the American empire, spending billions of dollars, $4 billion a year in order to help out with your military industrial complex. We're paying your neighbors a few $billions a year in order to keep the peace. We're trying to do a delicate balance of power within the region, and you guys can't even adopt the same like level of like tolerance in reference to like religion, freedom of conscience, and freedom of speech that the United States has. Like, fuck that. And that's what I would truly say, is I would say if Israel doesn't have its own version of the First Amendment, and I was president of the United States, I would hold Israeli diplomatic relations hostage in order to say, no, you need to reform your religious and freedom of conscience standards to be more in line with America. Otherwise, fuck you. You know? Now, of course, we got to balance that with like military concerns and diplomatic concerns and all that kind of shit. But no, you shouldn't get a fucking pass to spit on, shit talk, and shove and punch without punishment people from different Abrahamic faiths in the city of Jerusalem without some level of repercussion. Doobie for 10 says, Conduit's argument has big, you can't talk about the violent crime stats because it makes people racist vibes. Well, right. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that, like, that can make you critical of the religious zealotry of certain factions of Jews within the state of Israel, and also want to use leverage against the state of Israel in order to get them to be more aligned with American civic nationalism and civic virtue. And I don't think that's anti-Semitic at all. I think that's fucking, that what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
That seems like you are kind of there.
And if we define anti-Semitism by action or by virtue of belief.
I understand anti-Semitism to be a belief.
Can it be an action?
A behavior.
I don't think that actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No.
So if I put a sign on my store that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability of my store to profit based on the fact that whites are willing to pay higher prices, am I doing something racist?
So your action itself will be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that you are racist.
Oh, no, you obviously are. Hey, what?
An action.
I don't think that actions independent of beliefs are inherently anti-Semitic. No.
So if I put a sign on my store that says whites only, but I'm doing that because I care more about the ability of my store to profit based on the fact that whites are willing to pay higher prices, am I doing something racist?
So your action itself will be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that you are racist.
Shit.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I did not expect you to cop to that so fast, but don't you think that's a distinction without a difference at that point?
I mean, in effect, you could say this person is discriminated on the basis of race through their action. So that action, I guess the action is by definition discriminatory against black people, maybe. But again, you actually do have, sorry, let me fix that. So you are intentionally discriminated on the basis of race. So that is racist, even though your overall intention for it is economic. So I would say the action is an intentional discrimination on the basis of race.
But you're not racist?
Okay, so in that case, can we apply that to anti-Semitism? Can an action be anti-Semitic without someone personally thinking?
Yeah, if you discriminate on the basis of Jewish faith and Jewish ethnicity.
Criticizing war crimes is anti-Semitic. That's all they do, really. All they do is they criticize the war crimes.
We reasonably apply that to the actions of someone who.
By the way, they're vaporizing entire whatever.
Causes harm to Jews, without any sort of clear sense that they're doing their best to minimize that consequence.
Depends on the action. Depends on what they do.
Okay, but we can do that. Like, that's just
When you say can, you mean
that's just a
it
conclusion
could
that we can come to.
So if you have a store owner
Biting
who says
missiles.
Jews need not apply, but doesn't harbor a bias towards Jews, I would say that he is discriminating on the basis of Judaism, and therefore the action is discrimination by definition, and therefore the action is anti-Semitic, even though he's not anti-Semitic. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes, I agree with that.
Perfect.
So
So far we agree on everything. Wait. Can we just pause?
Why is he so stressed?
No. We will pause.
I want to nail this down. Can we apply that to breaking points?
So I will answer that question 100%. So far, we have not disagreed, right? On that. The racist example of the store owner. Okay, so we've agreed everything so far. All right, so
the Mason guy from Jubilee came on to Pisco's stream the next day to argue that anti-Semitism is not an issue in left-wing circles. Did Pisco agree with that?
We apply that to breaking points. If what you mean by that is, are there some actions which fit that mold? I'm not aware of them.
So you're saying that it does not fit the mold of causing harm to Jews and the Jewish community.
No,
having people who posit conspiracy theories about Jews.
That's not what I said. So when the action is itself discrimination, right? When the action is itself discriminating on the basis of Judaism, then you can attribute it. But if it's not that, then you wouldn't say the action is inherently this or that.
Does Holocaust denial? Does Holocaust
agree with that? Yeah, I wouldn't
denial qualify as discriminatory towards Jews?
He's a liberal.
Not necessarily.
Wait, what?
Agreed?
No.
No, I feel like Conduit has to establish that. It is positing weird shit about history discriminatory. Like let's say that I'm hanging out with black folk, and I was raised Confederate, and I say, well, it was the War of States' Rights. It was it was federal imperialism by Yankees, and then the black folk say, no, it was about slavery, and then I go, no, you gotta take a look at the subtext of the Declarations of Independence from each of the Confederate States. They only mention slavery 3 times, and here's all their other lists of grievances against the Yankees. Therefore, yeah, slavery was a component, but it was a minor component of this development. Am I discriminating against black people because I have a dumb fuck history take? And that's where I feel like that this whole anti-Semitic thing, we just have to get into it, man. I'm sorry to my Jewish audience members, but we just have to dig into it. There's no way around it. You can't just say, Holocaust skepticism is bad. Therefore, if you're skeptical about the Holocaust, you're kicked out of the Overton window. That hasn't been working for the past decade, and it's gotten substantially worse. And same thing with what's the other jam? Criticism of the state of Israel or the denial of Israel's capacity to occupy the Eastern Mediterranean means that you have a deeply ingrained hatred of all Jews. And it's I don't know if that's what that means. We can delineate criticism and or even hatred. We can delineate hatred and criticism of the state of Israel, and we can delineate those away from each other, hatred versus criticism. And then we can also delineate Jewishness from the existence of the state of Israel. Because, like we've been over, there are anti-Zionist factions of Jews. It's a very small part of the population in comparison, but they do exist. And I wouldn't deny their Jewishness just because they were anti-Israel. Old School for Two says, continuing to cover the left's auto da fe? Yeah, I think so. If somebody has something better, somebody was saying that there was an entertaining debate somewhere, but I forget what it was. I'm just rolling with this for now. Doobie says, Conduit's pearl clutching plays into ancient tropes about God's chosen people being neurotic cry bullies, and it has the potential to increase in anti-Semitism, so he's a self-hating Jewish dude. Is he Jewish? Is Conduit Jewish? I also don't like that either, Doobie. I don't like saying that Jewish sensitivity is a reason to hate them even more. Why don't we just have the complex conversation where we try to delineate nationhood from the country, from the state, and then delineate Jewish identity from Zionism, and then have conversations about each one of them, Like, whatever. Okay. Okay. I don't know why Officer Nasty got moderated so hard, but can we all chill the fuck out a little bit and play nice? Can we play nice? Okay. Anyways.
Denial. Does Holocaust denial qualify as discriminatory towards Jews?
Not necessarily. Agreed?
Oh no, wait. This is not necessarily in the Pisco sense, which is that like 99.9% of the time he probably thinks he would be. But what if someone, just doesn't really know that much, and they just, saw the most convincing, most charismatic explanation for why the numbers are fudged, and they were like, oh well, actually I don't know, maybe the narrative is a little bit overstated. And then like, are they anti-Semitic because they're and this person's 14 years old, by the way. Is this person anti-Semitic? Probably not. But I think when we're talking about media figures, like political media figures, then you're talking like 1 in a million. Yeah.
No. How can you come to a conclusion that the denial of Jewish history, based very specifically and explicitly on prejudice towards Jews, is not in itself an anti-Semitic act?
Because they're different analytically, by definition. It's highly correlated with it, but it's not the same.
Yeah, highly correlated. As in like,
At what point
if you're a political media figure who claims to be on the left, then if you start going into Holocaust denial, there's a 1 in 10 million chance that you're doing it for a reason other than anti-Semitism.
Without a difference.
At the point of definition, which is what you're asking. Do you agree? So I'll ask you the question. So you're saying that someone can
deny the Holocaust,
yes,
and engaging with that person and validating those beliefs as Holocaust denial is not discriminatory against Jews.
So that's not what you asked. So the question, and let me see if you agree.
Yes, it is.
Is it logically possible to deny the existence of the Holocaust and not be anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
No.
Possible.
You are by definition
What's the
anti-Semitic
contradiction?
for doing that.
What's the contradiction?
Whoa. It's not a contradiction. It's
in order for it to be impossible,
it's in order for it to be a fact for the sake of downplaying. Well,
no, that's when you say there's no way. Do you mean it's logically impossible? What do you mean by that?
I am saying that if you are to engage with someone,
fucking debate that. Oh God, you really have to be open to all options in the universe for these debates.
In good.
Kazur says, Connor, is it racist to deny slavery? It kind of depends on what you mean by racist, and it kind of depends on what you mean by deny, right? So, for instance, like, I do love this thing that Irish people do, where, and I do think it's quite funny, even if it's historically true. So this is something that I heard from a history professor at university, but I haven't really had the ability to go research it. So apparently, Irish people like to claim that indentured servitude was common in the New World, and that Irish people were oftentimes indentured servitude, and therefore they were akin to slaves because they were like poorly treated, they weren't given a subsistence income, the debt that was used against them kept them in perpetual servitude. Sometimes the debt could be transferred to children, like all that kind of stuff, right? So there's this Irish argument of like, oh, well, Irish people actually were like slaves too in the New World, you know? And of course, that's different than chattel slavery. Like chattel slavery, it's generational. You're never getting out of it. Your kids are never getting out of it. Your kids' kids are never getting out of it. So, that shit, right? Now, so if an Irish person says that, are they racist or are they kind of dumb? You know what I'm saying? Well, like, do you... Are they saying that because they want to hate on black people, or are they saying that because they're playing within the oppression Olympics dynamics and they want to be cool within the oppression Olympics dynamics? And so the thing that the professor said that I thought that was interesting was that the material conditions of 19th century America were so bad for people who worked in like the industrial shit, where they were working like 60-hour weeks in order to barely get by. There were no benefits, no retirement, no healthcare, no this, no that. Like poverty was so rampant in the 19th century that when stories of the abuses of slavery reached the North, a lot of Northerners were not sympathetic to the chattel slaves because they were like, that only sounds a little bit worse than the bullshit that I have to deal with. Fuck them. And like, so like, I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying somebody who supposedly studies history for a living said that, and I did not have the capacity to verify it. That some 19th century proletarians were not sympathetic to chattel slaves because they didn't think there was that large of a disparity in the material conditions between their styles of lives. So, anyways, let me read a couple of super chats before we keep rolling. Doobie says, I'm not saying it's a reason to hate the Jews. I'm saying his anti-Semitism is anything that causes anti-Semitism. Definition is nonsense, and he should feel bad for using it to smear people. For sure. But part of the reason why I wanted to do this content today is because I haven't seen it yet, so I want to see the argumentation. But my instinct is that Pisco is one of the people who quite aggressively, violently, and publicly left Destiny's orbit in February, or actually January of 2025. And so I feel like while Destiny has communicated his respect for Pisco's intellect in the past and his sorrow that he no longer has that friendship, I think he's also been a little vindictive in the way that he's criticized Pisco. So I want to see if there's any content here that points to DGG's assessment that Pisco is a quote-unquote functional anti-Semite, or if this is an attempt to punish him within the marketplace of ideas for leaving orbit and being too friendly to lefties. I want to... Is this malice, or is this an accurate and good faith description of reality? That's what I want to know. Diminished Darknut for the 10. Thank you, King. Pisco, you must instantiate all proprietary language usage in my mind as its own defined abstract object. Otherwise, my brain cannot understand and will split out like an error compiler. Thank you. Well, all right, Diminished Darknut. That is kind of funny, but I did watch this conversation the other day, and I felt like Pisco was trying to logically apply the definition for anti-Semitism that Conduit himself had explained. And I do think that the definition that Conduit had explained of like anything that increases anti-Semitism is definitionally anti-Semitic is a definition begging to be exploited. Moving.
Faith. It is not based on ignorance. It is based on intentional. It is based on intentional. It is based on some level of intentional malice.
Let me give you what you want here, right?
And there's one more thing that needs to go there. Whether or not that person has come to that.
The question needs to ask, like, if you had a political commentator who claimed to be left-wing and seems to be quite successful and quite seasoned, and they start going into Holocaust denial, like, is your explanation for that, like, are you going to call that anti-Semitic what percentage of the time? And it's really, if it's like less than 99, yeah, there's maybe we're gonna have to start thinking about, okay, what other reason could they be possibly doing this?
That conclusion based on their own ignorance. The necessity of you being aware of this as its own problem based on the fact that you are established as someone who should be more you are someone who should know better about that kind of stuff. That you are someone who people.
Okay, I don't really care about the meta. I don't care about the meta. So I really don't care about the meta. It is meta.
It is not a meta.
So, so let me ask the question, right? So
it is the function of conversation in news media that if you're someone people tune in to listen to, you need to have a level of expertise that you can gauge whether or not. Here's the question. If someone else is being a Holocaust denier, regardless of whether or not they are in good faith coming to that conclusion, the fact that you are willing to engage with that at any level prescribes bad faith to you for your unwillingness to actually consider whether or not what they're saying is correct.
So I obviously agree that.
Oh, are they talking about Crystal, about breaking points, bringing on that fucking dude, the Holocaust denier, the whatever his name is, the Iranian mountains guy, the Chinese good dude?
Denying the Holocaust is highly correlated with anti-Semitism, and I would presume someone who does it is anti-Semitic. But the question is, does it necessarily make you so? Right? That's what the question is?
Yeah.
The question is two parts.
Wait, is that one of the questions?
If it doesn't make you yourself anti-Semitic.
Professor Zhang, yeah.
I'm asking. Wait. I just
does it make somebody else anti-Semitic?
Okay, so
I need to ask you that because I need to understand what your perspective is. That's how we're gauging whether or not
I'm giving you my answer, and it's totally clear and totally obvious. So I would presume someone who denies the Holocaust, the existence of the Holocaust, is anti-Semitic. I would presume that, given the amount of evidence that exists for the Holocaust, given the trend, given the association, and the predictive power of such a guess. All right, so I would presume it. But the question is, it is possible to deny the existence of Holocaust without being anti-Semitic. And what I mean by that is just there's no contradiction, right?
If we're going by the definitions that you have placed on this, it is possible to not hate Jews and deny the Holocaust,
so
but
we
it
agree.
is not possible to be not anti-Semitic and deny the Holocaust. You are doing something that is in effect anti-Semitic. It is against Jews to deny the Holocaust, regardless of whether or not you come to that conclusion in good faith because you're an idiot.
Lonerbox does not necessarily mean I enjoy his content.
That's true. You're probably trying to inspire me to do better. Thanks for the $10. Appreciate it.
We need to cash out then what we mean by anti-Semitic. Do you take some action to be anti-Semitic or some statement to be anti-Semitic if it just has the effect of increasing anti-Semitism?
No, careful. Not necessarily. That's like saying a fucking cop who reports on a gang rape in some community that already has anti-Semitic problems, and they publicize that the perpetrators were Jewish, and that, like, is that cop or press person, are they being anti-Semitic by doing that, even though that action will probably cause an increase in anti-Semitic violence? I would say no. I feel like they're just reporting on something that's true, that you shouldn't really forego the truth just because some truths might get weaponized by bigots, right? That's not really how we live in the world. It would depend on obviously how, but if, say, there was a gang rape somewhere and then someone on social media with no fucking evidence just started blasting that it was Jews that did it, and they've got a history of like not liking particular crimes, especially when they're being done by Jews, like having a special interest in crimes that are committed when they're committed by Jews, then yeah, that probably is anti-Semitic. So yeah. Even though these are both the same statement, it depends on quite a lot of things.
Yes.
So if someone has a truthful expose on Israel and it's breaking news and it actually does like reveal something valuable to discourse and it shows that Israel committed some horrible act, and the instrumental effect of that news reporting is that it increases anti-Semitism by 0.02%, which is a significant amount, perhaps, let's say in the overall scheme, maybe it's like thousands of people. Would you say that
Can I jump on to bring another element to this? Oh, okay.
Expose was anti-Semitic?
If you can reasonably gauge based on observation and critique that the expose was crafted in a way that the primary goal of it was to
there you go,
present that thing.
So it's not just about the effect you cause, it's about what the goals are, right?
But it's also not just about the goals. I don't think just the goals matter. It can also, I think what's relevant is how much regard you have for the truth. And also just, even if everything you're saying, there was a good Zizek argument for this that was like, even if everything you say is truthful, you can still be bigoted with information. For example, if you're in the UK and you have a special interest in rapists, and you're like, oh, I want to call out all the rapists. I'm going to call out rape. Okay, I fucking hate it. I hate the thing. But then you just start like every day reposting stories about Muslim grooming gangs, and every time a Muslim does a rape, that's the only thing that you post, because and that's all the information that people have on you, that this is what you're doing. When white people do it, you might put it, but you're not as interested, your language is less venomous, whatever. Then yeah, people probably have a right to infer that you're racist, and accurately so. So you can do it even if everything you say about the grooming gangs is all true. So shit.
Hedonic Samuel became a member for 12 months. Let's go! Membership birthday. We've been doing this for about a year and 3 months. So the fact that we have 12-month memberships is pretty fucking sick. Hassan becoming a household name is a bummer. It is. I think I'm so disappointed by... Let's be real. I was a cop in 2015. And so Donald Trump became in 2015 to 2019. So Donald Trump becoming president in 2016. Realistically, I felt like the economy did okay for 2 or 3 years. So I was like, oh, maybe he's not as dumb as I thought he was. And then COVID happened and he mismanaged COVID. And I was like, oh, that's pretty fucked up. And then he tried that whole January 6, 2021 thing. And I was like, okay, that's not funny. That's not cute. That's actually pretty fucked up. Overthrowing the Republic sucks. The reason why I'm bringing all that up is because I kind of had this like very tepid but attempted criticism of Trump to try to temper my right-wing friends to get them to not become Trump cultists. And unfortunately, despite my efforts, half of the party, 55% of the party, I would say is MAGA, and probably a quarter of the party are legitimately Trump cultists who think Trump cannot do anything wrong ever. And that sucks. And unfortunately, I think maybe I'm just tired, but I just think it's going to happen on the left. I think it doesn't matter. The right wing is going to prop up Hassan Piker and the tankies and the far leftists as the norm in the Democratic Party. The leftists and tankies are going to say, yeah, we are the norm in the Democratic Party, and we just want healthcare and universal free education. I'm so cute and kawaii and ooh-woo. And then 30 to 40% of the of the Democratic Party is going to fall for it, and they're going to be like, oh, you know, when he's trying to sanitize the reputation of the Soviet Union in the 20th century and simp for current state capitalist China, he's just being a silly boy. He's just being an edgy boy. All we want is universal health care and fucking universal college education. We're so cute and kawaii. And then boom, fucking 30%, 40% of the Democratic Party is going to be Democratic Socialist. And it's going to be annoying as shit. And it's going to make you think discourse is bad now? Imagine when discourse is trapped between Hassan Piker and MAGA. Holy shit, it's going to be bad. But I do think it will reinforce the need for communities like the COG that have hard lines for when the left goes too far and hard lines for when the right goes too far. I think it will, weirdly enough, make people like me and communities like ours even more important, because we're going to need delineations between the hard left and the hard right. So, Hutch is covering the Destiny versus Josiah Bridgeburn now. Should we do Reacception? I was kind of on this. We could do that. I did see the video where it was, what I saw was a thumbnail from like DGG After Hours or whatever, where it was like, I'm going to have to rethink all of my liberal relationships. And that was the thumbnail. But I don't know if that's real or if that's just a thumbnail and a spicy title.
Hello?
Hello?
What can I do for you? You said you want to add a thing to this thing.
Oh, yes. I think when people are talking about anti-Semitism and like what is and isn't, a part that needs to be added to this is anti-Semitism is not merely hating Jews or thinking negatively of them. It's also like participating in or like perpetrating the conspiracy theories around Jews and kind of like propping up those like false narratives that lead to harm. So like presenting things in a way that reeks of the protocols or any of the other tropes that would lead to kind of the furtherance of that kind of ideology or conspiracy theory or legitimization of it, I think has to be taken into account when you're talking about anti-Semitism. Because like you can also be nice to a Jew by being anti-Semitic and be like, well, Jews are, you know, controlling all the money, so I'm going to be friends with them. But that's still anti-Semitic, even if it's not discriminatory.
Yeah, that's kind of like the unique part. So that's probably why definitely why the whole thing with Morocco is like, you kind of like, it's really,
Yeah.
there's no way you're doing that conspiracy theory without being anti-Semitic to a degree. Like, to believe that Israel.
Is this the chick that came on and yelled at me that I was being anti-Semitic because I said that Jeffrey Epstein was an international arms dealer responsible for the Iran-Contra affair and sneaking weapons through the state of Israel into Iran? And then when I said, well, what's factually incorrect about my assessment of historical facts? And she had fucking nothing. Also, does she have a PFP of Golda Meir, the woman who during the Yom Kippur War, when Israel started to lose the fucking conventional war, Golda Meir told Nixon, like, hey, you better send us a resupply or else we might be forced to use tactical nukes along our border? Is it that lady? I feel like it's that lady.
Told Morocco to fucking send 50,000 dudes over to the Spanish border. Yeah, that's where you get into the...
Yeah, because like you're furthering a narrative that causes harm to Jews. It doesn't have to be about holding hate in your heart, you know?
Mm-hmm. But I feel like whenever I listen to these interviews of people from like who have left hate groups or people who left the alt-right and all that, it seems to be like for any kind of bigotry, like with this kind of whether it's Muslims or Jews or anyone else, I feel like most of them do say that when they were even right in the heart of these movements, they didn't actually feel hatred for those groups. Like it was always very kind of detached in a sense that like they just had this kind of intellectual narrative around them in their head, rather than actually just like seeing someone who's black and like, like it's never like that kind of bigot is actually, I think, quite rare. It's like, I think to most people, bigotry is like a very abstract like narrative more than like a visceral disgust. But
yeah, it also like makes sense because first of all, just being angry all the time like is not fun, but also like usually it's kind of compensating for other things that you don't want to confront. Like, why am I not as rich as I thought I would be? Oh, it's because of X group of people. So it's not that you're like it's kind of like making you feel better and soothe you. So like the notion that it's operating out of hate is kind of a bit of a misconception.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I just wanted to add that.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Who the fuck is Hermit Guy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Just a quick...
Okay, I don't care about loner orbiters, I'm not gonna lie. If you guys want me to cut to the heart of the matter, because we have been here for an hour, some people are stating that hold on, there's the 10-minute version, and I can go back to this too. We can delineate it between the Josiah Destiny bridge burn and this shit. But there was a 10-minute video, I feel like. Oh, was it on Lonerbox clips? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
So like, let's say...
I'll play this in the background, but I'm going to fast forward past the conduit debate. Here we go. All right, I'm going to play this in the background while we look for the 10-minute clip with Destiny.
You said you want to call me. Oh yeah, okay. Hello.
How you doing, man? Can you hear me?
You're insanely quiet. Wait, maybe did I turn you down last time we spoke? No.
Maybe.
You're at 100 now.
Okay, well listen, I have some Japanese like neighbors right now, and so I don't want to be that loud.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that cool?
I'll double your volume. It's okay.
Sick. I'm drinking a beer. I hope that's all right with you.
I'll make an exception.
Okay, this is the one that I wanted to show you because there's some people that are saying that DGG and Destiny
Mutant, and I guess
are not calling Pisco anti-Semitic, and I think this clip goes directly against that.
Minutes. Oh, Mutin was watching me. You'd be okay with someone being called that. Like if someone doesn't hold an anti-Semitic bone in their body, like in their in terms of internal bias or bigotry, but they are functionally.
My bias is towards no, because Destiny called me a functional anti-Semite, and I didn't like it. I thought it was stupid.
Well, but that's
I
rejecting
agree
a
with
concept
Pisco
for
here,
personalism. We're gonna do
actually.
that.
I think that using the
Wait, who the fuck? Oh, he's in this.
term functional anti-Semite, I would just call Pisco anti-Semitic. I think you would just say that. Functional anti-Semite is dumb. Because it's like functional.
Okay, so we've settled that. We're going to keep watching the clip, but I got a couple of super chats. Old School with the 5 says the DSA is the norm of the Democratic Party. Connor, 44% of the Dems want the DSA to have more influence in the party, while only 21% want it to have less. Paul for 5 says, here is a drop of oil, King. Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated. What I would say is I'm just going to expect DSA or DSA sympathetic Democrats to settle between 30 and 40% of the party. I expect a majority of them to be Scandinavian social democrats. And then I think there will be an ideological core of Marxists. But even within the ideological core of Marxists, there will be a split between like 20th century historical revisionists who try to sanitize Chinese state capitalism, Mao Zedong, Joseph Stalin, Khrushchev, and Brezhnev, and all the Soviets. And then there's going to be people who like, for instance, if you go to the DSA website, they're saying, well, we want to maintain democracy so we can avoid the pitfalls of socialist regimes of the 20th century. And I think that's going to be a struggle within that movement, is the social democrats trying to implement a robust welfare state, and then truly democratic socialists trying to segregate themselves away from fucking tanky LARPers. And I think the right wing is going to hang on to the tanky LARPers, and I think the tanky LARPers are going to be very loud on social media, and as a result, they're going to damage the whole movement. That's my prediction. But back to Destiny just calling Pisco an anti-Semite because I think it's funny.
You should call him anti-Semitic. Yeah, and he absolutely is.
Okay.
So you think Pisco's anti-Semitic?
100%, yeah.
Like he's a Jew hater.
He might be too stupid
what?
to understand how or whatever, or doesn't realize it. Maybe in some years he will. Maybe if like Jews
But that would be a functional whatever.
become more lefty, he'll suddenly change everything. But 100%, yeah.
What is he basing this on?
Seems like we're trying
I don't
to-
watch enough Pisco content to whatever.
Evoke the baggage of anti-Semitism for actions that could be incredibly benign, like fair coverage of Israel.
Well, I would like to think that if someone does fair coverage of Israel, then they wouldn't get called a functional anti-Semite.
Even if they cause a rapid increase in anti-Semitism?
Yeah, because if it's fair coverage, then you're telling the truth. Like, you're not, as in like, it's,
when
why would anyone...
am I ever lying, right? So, well, maybe that's about me again, but like, you're saying someone who's
You
deceptive
should,
and causing
like
it.
on this is a thing where you're torturing the ontology of a thing as well. Like, so this is like asking, like, do you drink water when you're thirsty? And you're like, yes. And it's like, oh, so you think drinking water is good when you're thirsty? And it's like, yes. Well, hypothetically, let's say that you drank water that didn't quench your thirst. It's like, okay, well, then I wouldn't. So then that means that water doesn't necessarily, well, hold on. An intrinsic property of water is that it quenches your thirst. So when you ask me if I drink water that doesn't alleviate my thirst.
What does this have to do with anti-Semitism?
Would I still drink water? And then I say, no, that's not really saying anything about the concept of water. I don't believe, maybe on the very fringes, I don't believe that fair coverage of Israel would make people anti-Semitic. So I don't think you should bite the bullet on that. Like, well, what if you cover Israel fairly and it leads to anti-Semitism? No, bullshit. I think there are plenty of...
Well, actually, no. But okay, that's like a chain of events, though, right? Because if you fairly cover Israel, like we know this because Israel sometimes fairly covers Israel, and then their fair coverage gets used by the fucking really crazy anti-Semitic people to spread anti-Semitism, right? Like, how do we know that the Hannibal Directive was used on October 7th? Oh, it's because fucking Israel said it, didn't they? Israel admitted it. They like fucking Yoav Gallant went on TV and was like, yeah, we did do that. Yeah, that did happen. Didn't happen near.
So Nork, real quick though, is Destiny? I'm gonna try to steelman the argument, and I'm curious if any DGG friendly, Destiny friendly people would argue with my steelman. So the steelman is that there are leftists who are being anti-Semitic because they're doing Israel bad, Israel bad, Israel bad, Israel bad. Particularly Kyle Kalinske. I think that Destiny and the Hutch crew and a lot of liberals have taken... They basically presume him to be anti-Semitic because he will come out and say, like, oh yeah, Jeffrey Epstein got sexual blackmail on Donald Trump that Bibi Netanyahu in the Israeli regime used as leverage in order to get him to invade Iran And as a result, the Iran war is not only Israel's fault, but it's effectively because our government is compromised by the state of Israel. And for those statements, he has like 30%, 20%, 10% of the evidence necessary to make those claims. And so, if you take those claims on face value, then you could become, substantially more anti-Semitic if you didn't demand evidence or if you weren't skeptical of Kyle's hyperbole. And so, Pisco, by palling around and making excuses for Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball, that is his functional anti-Semitism because he enables Kyle to engage in what could be perceived as anti-Semitic behavior. Now, I don't agree with that. I don't think that makes, anti-Semitism, in my opinion, would be like a bigotry, an unjustified prejudice against Jews. And so I don't think that Pisco has a unjustified prejudice against Jews. I think he's just palling around with people who kind of suck. So, is this number one, did I get my description correct for why Destiny is saying Pisco is being functionally anti-Semitic? Number two, what's your beef with my worldview that I'm saying, like, no. We should relegate this term to somebody who has an irrational prejudice and bigotry against Jews. Because by using this for you are friends with people who forward conspiracy theories that have the consequential effect of increasing anti-Semitism, I think it's watering down the word. So, okay. Anyways, yeah, if anybody has a beef with the way that I've analyzed this, then please tell me in chat. Appreciate you. You guys have been very generous for the past week, so seriously, thank you so much. Let me thank the people who have donated. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. We got memberships, we got them a parasocial. Love you, thank you for being here. But Paul, Old School, Hedonic Samuel, Doobie, Diminished Darknut, Old School, Doobie, Grassroots, and Nameless Henchman. Thank you guys for your support, not just today, but over the past week. You guys have been incredibly generous. Thank you so much.
Nearly as often as people are saying it did. It happened like a less than a fucking handful of times. But yeah, that did result in like Gulen admitting that, or like the Israelis allowing that to become spread. Like that did result in an increase in anti-Semitism, but I guess more by extension type shit. Gimmick.
Ways you can be insanely critical of Israel and the way that the government conducts itself. And you can maybe even speak to the Israeli population at large for the support that they've given for the Netanyahu administration. None of these things would necessarily increase anti-Semitism. But when you combine coverage of Israel with Zog, APAC, 24/7, and that's your biggest talking point, and every single election all across the entire United States, fuck you, to try to pretend like, oh, well, this is just fair coverage of Israel. You're retarded. Coverage of a certain magnitude is absolutely...
I was getting quite frustrated by the one that I would actually say I was frustrated with was I think I mentioned this as well. It was the he kept saying disproportionate coverage, like which is to me just sounds very softening. It just sounds like not what I'm saying at all. Like obsessive, like deaf, dumb, and blind hatred, like to the point that you'll just believe anything about them. That's like, even if it's like not even physically, humanly possible. To the point that you'll use any you'll pursue any means with reckless disregard for the truth to believe everything bad about them, and you'll doubt everything that's not bad about them. Everything has to be like every death toll has to be the fucking highest one that you can get a hold of from your infographics on Twitter. To just keep on saying back to me like, well, I think just someone who's got disproportionate coverage, and it just sounds like what, like you've got a special interest. Like
absolutely a type of coverage. And it's not just about the fact. Look at all the black fatigue shit on X. Those are real stories of black people committing crimes. Would you say that people aren't racist because they're just reporting simply the facts? Like, it's retarded. Childlike understanding.
I might be talking to Hutch. Did the Benny Morris and Finkelstein slop happen? No, I know it exists though. Okay, so we have Destiny Mutin and I guess Dan's empty chair.
Feed me, Lonerbox. Dead air.
I just said that. Calling Pisco an in a way he's like thing. You don't think he was being anti-Semitic in the conversation you just had? No? And the Jews. He's wouldn't.
I thought there might be an additional clip, but I don't think there is a clip. Okay, well, I think that just resolves it, right? Like the people who are saying Destiny did not call Pisco anti-Semitic, I think you're just wrong. Not only did he embrace the term functional anti-Semite, which I think implies his relationship with Kyle Kalinske, but he said, for the sake of expediency, I would just call him an anti-Semite. And my opinion on that is that saying that Pisco has a unjustified hostility or hatred of the Jewish people, I don't think that's an accurate depiction of reality. I'm questioning in my own mind if that is a sober assessment of reality or if that's a vindictive, angry fucking elbow thrown within the digital media space. Because that seems super fucking goofy to me. Crazy goofy to me. So, Michael Hatchtube with the 10 months, man. We got some 12-monthers coming up, man. I'm excited. I think Jen Winkler is at like 10 months or 11 months. Michael Hatchtube's at 10 months. We got some long-term members. I appreciate you guys. Michael Hatchtube with the renewal says, is he saying Destiny's childlike understanding? Destiny's child. I see what you did there, Michael Hatchtube. I see what you did there. Anyways, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. We're probably going to roll with this for another little bit. And then I kind of do. If Hutch is using that clip that I saw of Destiny saying, I need to reevaluate my liberal relationships, and Steven is like lashing out at both Pisco and Josiah, I think that would be a most curious development. And this is what I'll say, because I know we got a few more DGG people. Josiah doesn't need anyone. Okay? I'm just going to be real here. Josiah does not need anyone. If anything, continuing to interact with the Lib and Learn crew and continuing to interact with me, who says spicy shit, it's a liability. Because if any of the Lib and Learn crew have any credible sex accusations against them, or if they say anything too spicy, then it would reflect poorly upon Josiah in his rarefied atmosphere, right? And then same thing with me. If he sees me last night, well, there was this joke. I actually thought it was really funny. Somebody asked Lactoid with like not much context, when's the last time that you shop at a black-owned business? Or when's the last time that you shopped at a black business? And Lactoid was like, yo, I got a pretty fucked up joke, but I'm not going to say it because of Twitch's terms of service. And then I interjected almost immediately after thinking for about 0.5 seconds that, oh, well, I haven't patronized black business, but my great-great-great-grandpa did. Obviously making the joke that my great-grandpa was a fucking Confederate racist who owned human beings. Josiah doesn't need that shit. He doesn't need me fucking making racist owning black people jokes. He can fucking, he doesn't need to talk to me about Star Wars. He doesn't need to talk to me about politics. It's a liability. That motherfucker wakes up every single day and he prints money by doing liberal analysis on news stories. So saying Josiah is out of the orbit, I think is silly as fuck. But anyways, let me read a couple more donations and let's keep it going. So Michael Hatchtube for 5 says he should tone Tony down his, or tone Tony down his rhetoric. Well, thank you for the 5. And then Nork, renewed for 13 months. Ooh, Jen Winkler was claiming that she's the oldest veteran of the channel. But I think we've only been going since April of last year. So, anyways. All right, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
There are some things that we would take as circumstantial evidence of discriminatory belief. And I think that the problem that we were having in that conversation is one of getting the full scope of what anti-Semitism is, not what would constitute evidence of anti-Semitism. Hope that distinction is clear.
Yeah. What do you think anti-Semitism is?
I take anti-Semitism to be dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of someone's Judaism or someone because they're Jewish, in other words.
Yeah. So like either the religion or the ethnicity, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess when we're defining other forms of bigotry, would there be anything like there was a bit of a dispute, I guess, about how exceptional anti-Semitism is compared to other bigotries. Is there anything that you would comment there on that? Like, do you agree with that, or do you have or what was your opinion there?
I view it as tangential to what it is. I mean, it could be true, it couldn't be, and it could not be true, and it wouldn't change my understanding of what it is. I just understand anti-Semitism to be hatred, dislike, prejudice, etc., of someone on the basis of them being Jewish. That's what I understand it to be, and it could be true that there's some exceptional aspects of anti-Semitism, and I think that there are. If you want to know my opinion, but there's also exceptional, distinct histories related to other forms of prejudice, of anti-Black bigotry, etc., etc. And so I'm not really in the game of like comparing the amount of badness of a given prejudice. I think they're all fairly bad, but I'm happy to recognize that there are distinct and unique aspects of anti-Semitism, as I suspect there are for a lot of different bigotries.
Okay.
And I think that do you agree that that's like a a notion of anti-Semitism that smiles with you, that you not that you agree with it, but that like makes sense to you?
Yeah, I think I was going to add like the exceptional part to me is not so much the weight of it, is more that it's more the sense that like I don't think most other bigotries have this thing where you can denigrate a group just as much as you elevate them. So I think with like anti-Black racism or like racism against fucking Pakistanis or whatever else, or even gays and trans, like usually it's to do with them being something lower than what the in-group is, like either dumber or more degenerate or dirtier or something like that. Whereas with Jews, it seems to be like people can hold that opinion of Jews plenty, but they also simultaneously see Jews as like exceptionally intelligent, exceptionally powerful, exceptionally in control of the way things are going in the world. Like,
okay, I think I'm good. You know, Pisco and I hashed this out the other day. Obviously, 80% of Jewish folk identify with a Jewish-dominated state being established in the Eastern Mediterranean, which makes them Zionists. So, at least according to leftists, they're Zionists. They obviously have different levels of criticism of expansion of the Israeli state, but they think it's necessary in order to secure the perpetuation of the Jewish people. And so as a result, 80 to 85% of Jews are Zionist, at least from a leftist definition. Now, the reason why I see the conflation of anti-Semitism being anti-Jewishness and anti-Zionism is because if you say, and I brought this up as a spicy anecdote, if you say, I hate people who like fried chicken, and then a Black person goes, yo, what the fuck? You are racist as shit. And you're like, no. I'm a vegetarian, and I also am a health nut, so I hate, the consumption of animals, and I also hate, eating bad food. And truth be told, there's more Americans who are white who eat fried chicken than Black. So I'm actually not racist against Black people. I just hate people who eat fried chicken. I simultaneously understand that the person who hates people who ate fried chicken could be definitionally correct and not motivated by some like direct hostility against Black folk, while still thinking that, sorry, I need to sneeze. Sorry. And And then I understand black folks saying, yo, that person's racist as fuck, right? Like I understand that. So in order to delineate these two concepts, we actually have useful words that I think are more accurate: anti-Zionist versus anti-Semitic. But if you're anti-Zionist, and some fucking Jewish person says, hey, you know, the existence of the state of Israel is core to many Jews' sense of identity, therefore I think you're an anti-Semite, I'm not going to fucking lose sleep over that. I feel like we should talk more about the ideas than like labeling each other this category of bad person. You know what I'm saying? Matthew Tatter says, I thought Connor was going to focus more on the right-wing sphere. Yeah, I know. Me too. Unfortunately, just being very transparent about what happened. I did a bunch of right-wing slop, and there wasn't really a problem with the right-wing slop. It still got decent metrics. People were having a good time, all that kind of stuff. And we will do right-wing slop in the future for sure. But I was working with Arthur in order to be an editor. And by the way, he did a great job. I'm not criticizing Arthur's edits. But Arthur's topic choice, he kept trying to pick the more serious content, like geopolitical shit or this political figure versus this political figure. And the truth is, that's just not what Twitch and YouTube politics is. Twitch and YouTube politics are clashes of autistic internet personalities criticizing each other for their shitty ideas for the entertainment of that audience. And so as a result, he kind of avoided the right-wing slop. And I don't think we've really been able to test algorithmically whether or not the right-wing slot does well. We did do a Nux Taku segment that got middling results. But if we kept trying to do right-wing slop, I have a feeling that it could do well in the algorithm. But we need an opportunity to do so. So, yeah. Arthur genuinely did try to elevate the quality of content on the channel. Unfortunately, that's just not in the cards. And what I would say is, what else would I say? I would say that the DSA war kicked off in the past 2 weeks. So while covering right-wing slop should be an orientation for the channel in general to continue to see growth, this is just what's hot right now in Twitch and YouTube politics. So I'm going to cover Destiny accusing Pisco of being an anti-Semite, Destiny saying that he's going to burn bridge with Josiah, Lonerbox trying to sweep for Pisco by covering the anti-Semite allegations, me working with Pisco in order to debate him on whether or not he's being a useful stooge for lefties, me laughing at the DGG sphere effectively adopting my political stance for the past year that previously people had been really critical of leading up to the midterms election. You know, it is just, I told you guys multiple times that great minds talk about ideas, average minds talk about events, and small minds talk about people. Twitch and YouTube politics is taking large ideas and current events and then engaging with them through the drama of personal conflict. And that, to be honest, I love it. I love it. I don't hate. I'm not a hater. I truly do love it. Doobie says, the funny thing is there has been an organized attempt to link Zionism and Jewishness for years. Now they're trying to accuse people of being anti-Semites for accepting their framing. It's all a joke. Well, Doobie, I think you and I could probably just, if we were trying to think insightfully about that, the Zionists want Zionism to be a core part of the Jewish identity, because then if you are a critic of the nation state of Israel, then you can be labeled as a bigot, right? And a decade ago, labeling somebody a bigot would be a pretty serious thing that might fuck with their career, fuck with their finances, fuck with their social relationships, et cetera, et cetera. I just think that that tactic doesn't work the same way that it did a decade ago because of the democratization of the internet. Now, Grassroots says, I'm going to read this out loud without checking it beforehand. What if the last time your family shopped at a black-owned business, it was when your grandparents bought their slaves? Is that racist? See, you knew where I was going, Grassroots. You knew where I was going. Officer Nasty says, Connor's right-wing slop is always some 50 sub YouTuber I've never heard of before. You say that, but that's not true. Nux Taku has like a few million subs. Tectone has 1 million subs. Asmongold is more popular than Tucker Carlson. Do you understand that? Tucker Carlson gets 100 million views on YouTube per month. I think Asmongold gets like 250. Dude, you understand Asmongold, the gross Nurglite cultist roach king, is 2.5 times more popular than Tucker Carlson. It's crazy. All right. Anyways, let's do and by the way, I did get some comments on my Asmongold content and on my Nux Taku content. Number one, I got some comments that were like, "Hey man, I really appreciate your criticism. I thought it was really good, blah 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 blah." And then I also got, "Oh, you're accusing these people of being disingenuous, lying, grifting, dumb pieces of shit. Fuck you, bro." And guess what? Those negative comments drive algorithmic response. So criticizing Asmongold, criticizing Nux Taku, criticizing Tectone is probably a viable path. But anyways, I want to check out the Destiny Rethinking Liberal Relationships Pondering Politics, because I saw that pop up. Here we go. So, Destiny reconsiders his liberal alliances.
This has to be bad faith at this point, from Josiah and Pisco.
Oh, yeah. I can feel it already. This is going to be good.
Like, I don't know.
This is bad faith from Josiah and Pisco. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. I can feel the bridges. I can feel the bridges rocking already. Let's do it. Do a little intro, get cracking. We can do some Geopol if this wraps up early, too. Oh, why would I do that, says Grassroots? Because it was funny. Because it was funny, Grassroots Hegemon. Also, you basically came up with the same joke that I did. That was the joke that I did. You just heard me describing the setup for the joke, and then you did the same joke. So guess what? You and I, brother, we are same. Oh, I can't wait to work out today, too. Anyways. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And today, we have a potential bridge burn. This clip came out. I saw another streamer covering it. I, as a result, wanted to check it out. 15 hours ago, Destiny reconsiders his liberal alliances, and he's talking a little bit of smack about large creator Josiah from Pondering Politics and medium-sized creator Pisco Liddy, friend of the channel. Let's take a look.
Like, I don't understand where this has to be bad faith at this point, from Josiah and Pisco. To continually misunderstand this point and to play this game over and over and over again, it has to be bad faith. Just as a heads up, because everybody treats all of these conversations with kids' gloves, and it might just be at the end of the day, these guys just want to network, maybe, I don't fucking know. But like, Hassan Piker explicitly endorses explicitly endorses terrorism. Not even just explicitly endorses terrorism, like explicitly endorses and has endorsed like terrorist attacks. Like, it would be easier for me to say, I could see there are some that you might have agreements with on things or whatever, blah, 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 versus like, oh yeah, Hassan, like, he's definitely the tent, but like, maybe we should push back on something. Like, that's just, we're so far out to sea on these takes.
My brother. Josiah.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, bro? What a crazy set of days, huh? What an insane election yesterday. How you doing?
Man, it's been a relaxing day. It's been very productive. I have not been particularly online. I've been muting and blocking people left, right, and center. I went to go watch my wife play flag football. I took the dog with me. I'm back after cleaning the house. I'm soaking in the tub, and I'm getting ready to call it a night. And I was going to wind down listening to your stream, and then I was listening to the previous conversation, and that was not relaxing at all, buddy. Gotta say, I was very confused.
So talk us through that. Like, let's be honest about something here. You have been a stalwart defender of the following, which is the worst Democrat is better than the best Republican. This is something you've said.
Catchphrases.
Time immemorial, yes.
You actually owe me money by uttering it right now.
Yeah, I'll give you a $2 copay, whatever.
Yeah, just Venmo me. It's fine.
This is a principle that you've always held, right? You also held to the following.
This is not true. The worst Democrat is better than the best Republican. Like, would we say that, like, Fetterman and Manchin and Sinema were better than Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, who fucking torpedoed their entire political lives to do the J6 commission? Or, yeah, I mean, did he say Republican or MAGA Republican? I don't know.
Republican. This is something you're a defender of the following, which is the worst Democrat is better than the best Republican. This is something you've said.
One of my catchphrases.
Time immemorial. Yes.
You actually owe me money by uttering it right now.
Yeah, I'll give you the $2 copay, whatever.
Yeah, just Venmo me. It's fine.
This is a principle that you've always held, right? You also held to the following principle. That lefties, even who you disagree with vehemently, are quote-unquote more proximate allies than, as a relative matter, than a MAGA Republican, by which you just mean they're willing to endorse, or they're closer in terms of voting tendencies and power tendencies towards getting a Democrat, in office as opposed to not, right?
Correct.
Uh-oh. I thought this was a dumb take from Josiah. I started this segment out of spite. I was like, no, I'm going to defend my friends Josiah and Pisco from the big internet bully, Stephen Bonnell. And then, Pisco basically starts asking Josiah about what I think are two of his worst takes. Clearly, as a more center-right guy who believes in more like center-right policies, I'm going to say that I think that I would pick Rubio over Rashida Tlaib every goddamn day of the week, especially 2016 never Trump Rubio. I would pick Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney over fucking me. I know AOC's hot, so we shouldn't use AOC. But whatever that other chick from the squad was, over Mamdani, over I do not like socialism. I do not like the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. I know that the leftists want to be nice. I know that they want to alleviate the suffering of the working class, but I think they're economically illiterate. And I think they're going to instantiate a state so large that it will necessarily be authoritarian. Okay? So they can be well-intended, and they can also be stupid. Right? So, the fuck was I thinking? So anyways, I thought I was going to be attacking Steven, but weirdly enough, I might be backing up his point. Dogs barking. I'll be right back.
Correct. They are at least at some point useful or aligned in getting at least some Democrats elected over Republicans. Yeah, right. But they are more proximate allies in the sense that they are not at all times enemies.
Correct. And I really think that this notion of allyship and enemyship and coalition stuff is all relative to a given set of aims. And I recall the Abraham Lincoln conversation from the movie Lincoln with now I'm not remembering the name of the radical Republican that he talked to.
I think rather than the weird rationalizing all these guys are going to be trying to do, the easiest way to just understand this is that I don't think that I just don't think they have disagreements with like the commie types that are that big. Like for the most part, they're generally aligned. I think that's the only possible way that you can understand these conversations. But when you look at it through that framing, I think all of this stuff just kind of makes a lot more sense.
Thaddeus
Stevens, that's right.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yes, correct. Where he's like, now we will come to oppose each other in the course of time. Right now, I'm asking you to support this amendment, whatever, right? I don't know if you remember that. And he's asking him to like go down his rhetoric. That's the way in which I see a lot of this, where it's like there is a purpose, there is a goal, and with respect to that goal, they're closer in that respect.
100%.
And so I don't know what is controversial or new about that perspective. It just seems like it's a follow-on of everything that you've said now for years. And so, like, why do you think that? So let's take Keith Edwards, for example. Keith Edwards comes on. He's chatting in Hutch's YouTube comments, right? He comes on and he says some things that are dumb, or I would say DSA brained takes.
Very.
And
incredibly.
Like says some shitty things that we don't agree with in terms of Democrats wanting Trump to win. In terms
of like what they're going to do, the thing that I said earlier, all of these things somehow become like externalized. Like he did kind of a dumb thing, or he said some dumb things, but they're not actually indicative of his overall beliefs, or they wouldn't impact the way that we view him. It was just like, it was a dumb thing, and that can be analyzed like completely and totally independently from how we view him as a political commentator, actor, person, or whatever.
In terms of, well, it comes from the ground, bro, this oil. I'm sure that you don't take that simplistic look, and I'm sure that
right, relink me what was that Hassan clip, or that live, hold on.
You are way more, and I've heard you be more punitive towards Hassan Biker than he was unwilling to say anything like that.
Got it.
Why then have you heard like you were too polite to him, you were too nice to him? What's your reaction?
Yeah, and I think to some extent that's true. So I met Keith at the DNC, and just one time, and he asked for my phone number then because he was a content creator, and we were all networking then, and we don't stay in touch all that much. And he's kind of like at an outer level, like I'm in constant contact with Luke and Adam. They're close friends of mine, and I consider them actual friends and not just peers in this space.
This makes a lot more sense too, because I'm pretty sure that entire coalition has decided that like there will be no punching left. It's always going to be exclusively a focus on Trump. So this checks with what I was contemplating before. Yeah.
Mike Nellis is getting close to that level. But Keith, I mean, we encountered each other once at the DNC, and then I think when I had a copyright strike on my channel over which you and I talked about, a lot of people in the space cover the same sort of material, and so I sent like text messages out to everybody in the space, like, hey, be on your guard, David Packman, Jack Cottarella, Keith, and so that's basically the gist of it. And so when they asked to bring Keith onto the stream, I knew I had a direct line to him. I said, well, I'll ask. Keith did not perform well. It was actually stunningly atrocious. And I'm one of those people, especially if I don't hate somebody, like Keith again and I are not particularly close, and to whatever extent we were close at all, I would say that just basically burned at this point. When I don't hate somebody, and sometimes even when I intensely dislike somebody, I get what's called secondhand embarrassment. So I'm one of those people that, if my wife is watching like cringe reality TV, I can't watch that shit because I feel bad for the person involved. And so obviously you guys were grilling Keith pretty hard. And so I felt like I needed to be a bit gentle, kind of like the approach that IRI was taking, right? Just be a bit more diplomatic.
Just to be clear, IRI took the exact same approach that you did. And I really, right. I kind of view some of this as like the distinction.
So that's not true. I think the weird part was that it felt like Josiah was cleaning up Keith's statements significantly. I don't know where this idea that he wasn't participating in the conversation at all, or was just getting secondhand embarrassed.
Sorry, I was muted. Let me narrativize the content that they're talking about in case you missed it and you're not autistic enough in order to see this content. So, Wick TV, the panel host within the space, he's not as big as everybody else, but he still commands a nice little niche within the Twitch and YouTube political sphere by being able to have a substantial amount of larger people on in order to fight out the political ideas of the day. He went on because he is like an anti-DSA lib. He does not like the DSA making inroads in the Democratic Party. He's hostile to it. Effectively, unless there is a way to hurt the Trump administration with a DSA victory, if it's up in the air about whether or not it truly helps fight hurt Donald Trump, he doesn't want the DSA to win at all. And that has been a stance that has gotten him a lot of shit, including from me, because this has been my stance for the past year, and now I see Steven, DGG, all the centrist libs adopting this shit. And so all of these guys are pressing Wick on the vote blue no matter who. Hey, we were pressuring leftists during Kamala's election in order to vote blue no matter who. Now that the DSA is getting some electoral wins that we don't like, it is only fair that we maintain the principle of vote blue no matter who in order to gain enough electoral leverage to substantially hurt Trump and the MAGA movement. That's the argument. And so Keith Edwards, Wick is defending. Keith Edwards is one of these like lib commentary news political bros, but he comes in and he says, I'm a liberal, but I am a member of the New York Democratic Socialist whatever organization because I think the Overton window is fucked. I think that capitalism needs to be undermined. I think that we need to shift super far left. So while I don't want socialism myself, I think the socialists are a necessary part of the national conversation. And then, who is it? Wick asked him 2 questions to see if he was like a Hassan Piker simp. I think he asked him, number 1, did Hassan Piker shock his dog? Which was kind of like a silly question, but whatever. It's basically used as a barometer to see whether or not you will sweep for Hassan Piker past the evidence that is contradictory. And then the second question was, is Hassan Piker a threat to the Democratic Party? And the guy answered both of those questions in Hassan sympathetic answers. And then Josiah and IRI tried to steelman him as much as possible that he could still be a liberal mixed economy capitalist while sweeping for Hassan Piker. Okay. I'm going to click the play button because I think I have yapped for sufficiently enough time. Anonymous chatter with the 10 says, blue balls no matter who. Blue balls no matter who. That birth rate ain't gonna finish killing itself. Christ almighty.
And all that's not my recollection. My recollection is he was like significantly laundering the guy's statements, but okay.
Distinctions between you and IRI. We were all pretty much united in our overall dispositions, both on the Wick conversation and, frankly, on the Keith Edwards conversations. But sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, no. So like, I didn't want to pile on. You know, if I have a particular animus towards a person or their views, then. But like even with Wick, like what you know, I popped on. What did I say when I first joined? I said, well, I'm basically just going to take a back seat. And for the most part, I didn't engage with Wick. You know, I corrected him on like the state delegation thing in the House of Representatives. But other than that, I didn't really join the dog pile. And so I took kind of a similar view or similar proposition with Keith. Except the difference is, you know, not that I think that Wick did particularly well making his point, but he certainly did a hell of a lot better than Keith did. You know, he wasn't stammering and stumbling over his words, visibly uncomfortable, visibly, you know, at sea. And so I felt even more. He was able to, but even with it, but even with a more confident and assertive Wick, I still kind of pulled my punches because everyone was, you know, basically batting him around like a pinata, and I just don't think it was fair. Even though he obviously, you know, was fine with it. He also
can I say something perhaps controversial though?
Sure.
That's all true, right? We know Wick more. We've been around Wick more. We know Wick can take it more. But there's another thing here too, which is Wick's substantive opinions triggered me more than average DSA slop, right?
There we go. I wish we could just open with that. That's the issue. You didn't actually disagree with Keith that much. You mega disagreed with Wick. Theoretically should be more in line with our views than Keith, but yeah, I guess. I mean, than the actual stated views, but maybe the internal views are the ones that aren't as publicized. Maybe they do have a stronger sense of like DSA-esque political beliefs.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you agree with that, but it does.
Oh, sure, of course, right? I mean, because I mean, we regard MAGA as the greater threat, and you know, our professional disposition is towards like combating MAGA. And so when we have somebody who's nominally an ally in the space, Wick, do things that we think undermine that effort, of course, it's going to trigger a more emotional response and frustrate us more. So I totally agree. Like I was more frustrated with Wick than I was Keith. Like there was more indifference to it, except for the cringe that I felt at the time watching him try to go through this. Right, it was truly profoundly embarrassing to watch. And so but I mean, even then, like I tried to challenge it. I pushed back on the Hassan Piker thing, for instance. Encouraging him to revisit his opinions on Hassan as a close ally of the Democratic Party. Of course, now what's funny is
you did express that view, for which you don't get credit at all. No
right.
Good grace.
Yeah. Right. No, it's actually go through this. Right. It was truly profoundly embarrassing to watch. Cringe more. Right. So I totally agree. Like I was more frustrated with Wick than I was Keith. Like there was more indifference to it, except for the cringe that I felt at the time watching him try to go through this. Right. It was truly profoundly embarrassing to watch. And so but I mean, even then, like I tried to challenge it. I pushed back on the Hassan Piker.
Is he saying, sorry, I'm really not trying to be mean to anybody. Is he saying that it was profoundly cringe to watch Wick take this stance that he's going to start fighting the leftists more aggressively because he doesn't want the Democratic Party to take over? Or was he saying that he thought it was cringe that Keith was stumbling over his words and not ready for the fight that he was presented, and therefore that was like more he was more sympathetic to Keith? I'm actually a little confused about that statement. If anybody knows the answer to that, please tell me in chat. Now I do. How do you guys feel about this? My delineation for when the left goes too far is socialism. So if you're a Scandinavian social democrat and you just want like a robust welfare state and high taxation, but you still want mixed economy capitalism, then we can just have conversations about technocratic policy and what's actually good for the American people. But if you think that decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production is good, then I think that you're like a historically illiterate person who would usher in an authoritarian nightmare in the name of alleviating the suffering of the working class. So I truly wish that your ideas were shoved outside the Overton window. So that's why I would never be boys with the Vanguard. I would never be boys with Hassan Piker. I would never be boys with, I guess I am boys with Prime. But Prime, whenever we talk about his political ideas, sometimes I'm like yelling at him, because I think those ideas are stupid. So what's the object? I might have to like call Josiah or ask Josiah or text Josiah, but I understand how from like an electoral perspective you would bring lefties in order to help you win electoral shit. but do you consider them on the same team, quote unquote? And I think that's what we're missing.
Piker thing, for instance, encouraging him to revisit his opinions on Hassan as a close ally of the Democratic Party. The first now, what's funny is
you did express that view, for which you don't get credit at all. No
right.
Good grace.
Yeah, right. No, 100%. And so, like, well,
just as a heads up, because everybody treats all of these conversations with kids clubs, and it might just be at the end of the day, these guys just want to network. Maybe I don't fucking know. But like Hassan Piker explicitly endorses like terrorism. Like, explicitly endorses terrorism. Not even just explicitly endorses terrorism. Like explicitly endorses and has endorsed like terrorist attacks. Like so far beyond the pale of like if I were to tell somebody like this is not involved in politics or 99% of the Democrats.
Yeah, but this is what's funny. So the lefties have done this like sociological analysis about how nation states conducting warfare operations produce more civilian casualties than terrorist attacks. And as a result, it is nation states who are the true terrorists. And there is no moral difference between getting into a firefight and then civilians getting hit in the background and executing civilians for, intentionally for shits and giggles. They truly do not believe that there is like a moral difference between terrorism, asymmetric warfare, and conventional warfare. And unfortunately, I've been swimming in this Twitch and YouTube political fucking swamp for so long that they've rotted my brain to the point that I understand what they're saying, even though I hate what they're saying. And I really think that like we need to re-solidify like morality and violence. If a cop is set out to enforce the laws and is invested with the power of the court, gets into a gunfight with a bad guy and hits a civilian in the background and kills said civilian, that's not the same as a non-legal entity, a criminal walking up to a civilian and then shooting them in the back of the head. Those are not the same moral calculations. And to pretend that they are is like mind-numbingly fucking stupid, and only truly stupid and truly intelligent people could believe that. So it's not real terrorism unless it's from the Terrorista province of North Africa. True. Fucking true.
Democratic Party says nobody ever actually confronts him on this or plays these clips, right? They would think that like, so you're saying Hassan said what? That they would probably imagine that he's saying that October 7th was understandable. And it's like, no. He has taken explicit terrorist acts and supported them. Is he saying like in service of them ending like a genocide, like he can understand? It's like, no. He has watched multiple terrorist attacks happening on stream and supported those terrorist attacks. He's given justifications for them. And then he has watched them on Twitch and said they were based in cool. And then he's also brought on somebody and interviewed them who claimed to be a Houthi terrorist and supported him the entire time. That's the level that we're talking about now. The idea that we would like this is a worse performance of things that I would imagine to be aligned with than like a Nick Fuentes. Like it would be easier for me to say that like I could see there are some Nazis that you might have agreements with on things or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Versus like, oh yeah, Hassan, like he's definitely the tent, but like maybe we should push back on something. Like that's just, we're so far out to sea on these takes. And then, these guys will always like play up the, oh, well, I think you're just obsessed or whatever. And it's like, that's where we're at right now. Like we have to be supporting people and having people in our coalition that support terrorist attacks against the West. Like, and not like they blew up a military base in an unethical.
Okay. I can defend Josiah now. Josiah did say the opposite. He said Keith might have a middling or even positive opinion about Hassan Piker, but Josiah himself was pressing Keith on that and asking him to reevaluate, reconsider, and evaluate additional information about Hassan Piker, because I think Josiah would say that Hassan Piker is cancer. So, like regardless of whether or not he energizes tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of young people, he's an ideological cancer on the party. So weirdly enough, I think Josiah said the opposite, but I'm open to correction.
Or they bombed like a plane, like just full on civilian level, sometimes terrorist attacks is that should be an easy too far beyond the pale, but you know.
Well, I mean, I assume that's the case, but like I've been, like I said, muting conversations, muting people, and blocking people who, you know, like I don't mind somebody critiquing me or somebody disagreeing with me, and you know me, I tend to engage with people like I'm an addict in a space.
You go into the trenches. You've done it on immunity.
Yeah,
you've done it on all that stuff.
Yeah, but like, you know, I guess I'm at the point now, especially when it comes from like communities that I suppose I thought were at least Confederates, directionally speaking. Like that actually, like you know, as irritated as I get with, or used to get with Ryan McNally, I never blocked him, right? But I've been blocking various people left, right, and center in the past like week or so, just because like I don't have time for this shit. But that's okay. Like it's genuine.
I wonder. I'm so curious if this comes up behind the scenes at all. Is it like, don't say Destiny, don't say DGG? Like it has to be like boogeyman language also as well. I feel like the tactics and the strategies like become so ubiquitous, at least on the far left. It's just so weird. I don't know.
I can say this with a straightforward face. The reason why I am hesitant or reticent to cover Steven is because of our personal issues. So even if I have perfectly sane and rational critiques of Steven's politics, there may be half a dozen to a dozen sycophantic fucking freaks who will jump into my chat and revisit the drama even though we're not talking about the drama. So I don't think it's a conscious choice by Pisco or Josiah or fucking, I think Hutch is talking to Destiny again, or IRI or any of these creators. I don't think it's a conscious coordination where they're in a group chat and they're like, oh, we can't talk about Destiny because, you know, we're scared that if we mention his name, then his political takes are so fucking based that he's going to blow us the fuck out. They don't want the headache. They don't want the headache of the parasocial fucking freaks showing up and constantly defending every unhinged take and every poor personal choice. That's what's going on. Nobody needs to fucking coordinate it. It's actually quite natural. Michael Hatchtube for the 5 says, pre-16 Rubio is no longer approved for tournament play deck builds ever since he swept gutting USAID or MTP while wearing his own death mask. Well, that's the North take. But apparently North no longer identifies as a conservative at all. So, you know, what do we do with that information?
Right. Whatever.
Genuinely been a peaceful day. I've been, you know, back.
Did he block you? He didn't block me, but he blocked Conduit. And this is like very obviously, like he's saying right now, I've been getting so much pushback against the, what did he say? Right, left, center, whatever. Like from the right? What, really? No, come on.
I don't have time for this shit. But that's okay. Like it's genuinely been a peaceful day. I've been, you know, back at my usual routine and whatever. And so the thing is, I just got to stay in my lane in the sense that, you know, I'm not a streamer. You and Hutch are streamers, and IRI's a streamer. Soypill, you know, is certainly more of a streamer than I am. He does it more regularly. And you guys don't have the same schedule as I do. And not to say that my life's harder or whatever, but like my cup runneth over. Yeah, my cup runneth over. And like I hired an editor, and he's going to start full time on Monday. But like that's not going to give me much respite because, you know, we've launched Facebook recently, and we're trying to grow that. I'm going to be on Substack as well, so I'm going to be working still all the time. But the point is, as much as I do enjoy, you know, going into like live stream.
Does Hassan pressing his thumb on the scale by uplifting Pisco on his streams play a role in the brain breaking? I don't know. They might. It's hard to know 100% how much it impacts things. I imagine it probably does to some extent because there's a reason why all of them engage this way with online content creators. But you know,
stream debates and Twitter Spaces and stuff like that, and you know, popping in on Live and Learn. You know, especially when baited by Soypill and by Hutch and by Wick.
At Destiny, your fans do a lot more attacking now. Even IRI banned super easily. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it, though. I think we should be more... It's harder now, obviously, because now we're in a don't let the power corrupt or whatever bullshit, but I think that if we choose good positions, it should be very easy to just not support terrorism. I'm sorry. That should be an easy and obvious bridge too far. And when we're saying that, like, the people who are worshiping terrorist attacks are directionally supportive of us, that's not directionally supportive of me. That's absolutely not. I have zero desire to be in or promote a political party that is outwardly and explicitly aligning itself with people that support terrorists that are attacking the West. And I would have assumed that would have easily been a bridge too far. That's like I wouldn't even have to consider.
Right. But that's not what's being said. Maybe Pisco is more, what would you call it? Pisco is more conciliatory to far leftist freaks than I'm comfortable with. But I'm pretty sure Josiah is literally saying the opposite, where Josiah is saying, hey, Keith, you have this like overall positive opinion of Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is kind of a rough dude. I think that you should, take a look at that again. So I'm pretty sure I actually am able to sweep for Josiah in this moment. I can say, I'm pretty sure Josiah has literally said the opposite in this conversation so far.
This as being like a debated position. These are the caricaturized positions that conservatives used to accuse Democrats of holding. So I don't know. That's a very, very, very easy to me.
Like it is fun, and I don't regret, the other night in the conversation with Wick and Keith. I did have a good time. The problem is like my schedule is just like I really need to. Adam doesn't do this. Luke doesn't do this. Like people in my space who do what I do, who are not streamers, there's a reason that they don't like make themselves as available on like Twitter Spaces. And you don't have the time for this shit. And when you do, you have finite energy. And so like every single time, like it just fucks up the rest of the day in terms of like my workload. So I'm definitely taking a.
What?
Did I miss anything good?
No, just the daily slop.
Someone said you were debating somebody.
Nope. Who said that?
Oh. Well, I don't know. I checked my mentions. They said Mr. Moon would have hated this guy and screamed at him in 3 minutes. Something.
Well, we were probably listening to somebody else debating somebody. Bitch.
Or
massive step back. I've committed to that, and the only reason I popped in when you asked is also because this is not a debate, and so I'm not going to be here for like 3 hours.
Does Josiah really see someone like Keith or even Hassan as being on the same axis as us, just more? He can't be that politically illiterate. The problem is that, especially if you're from Europe, in America, we really only have like liberalism for my lifetime. Like it's only very recently that these kind of like illiberal things have started to pop up. And Americans really don't understand or have any way to engage with any of these more radical, or these like, I hate to say illiberal because we abuse the fuck out of this word, but like these more like, I mean like these illiberal.
Illiberal's the word.
Yeah, ideologies. And the only reason why I can even deal with it at all is just because we spent so much time like debating Nazis and stuff that it kind of, I don't know what you say, primed me, prepped me, or helped me understand how some of these ideologies work in the abstract. Just because otherwise, I don't know when the fuck I would have been dealing with like weird anti-liberal belief systems. But outside of that, like in the United States, you just don't typically deal with it. It's just not a thing. Yeah.
Or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, I appreciate that, and yeah, it's true that like I don't see Beasley Mockler at all doing like regular streams and being generally accessible. Now maybe there is.
Yeah, I mean, technically Beasley streams every day, but it's like he does like Pac-Man does. He streams his whole show, right? It's like a show. It's like an organized thing, and yes, he'll read super chats, but it's not like he's playing video games and fucking around, just reading random court cases, or as you do, and others like it's what we all do in this space, except he live streams it, and then afterwards his editors go back and then they carve up the individual sections and post it for the rest of the day.
Okay, so before you...
Which, by the way, I want to fix my camera and then do that. So I don't have... This is actually what I was looking for in the Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable last night. I was looking for the liberals to say, okay, socialists can vote Democrat, and I might work alongside them on a limited policy basis, but we're not technically on the same team. Socialism is too far, but social democracy is fine. And then another line that I actually appreciate Stephen drawing, rawly political analysis here, is saying the endorsement of terrorism. And I know I fought some of my chat about this in the past, but like when I say terrorism, I mean the intentional targeting of civilians, but like the illicit intentional. By the way, I think targeting civilians is just illegal in general. And I think that even with the recent Tomahawk cruise missiling of the elementary school, the United States military didn't intentionally target an elementary school to kill 200 Iranian civilians in order to shock the Iranian people into submission. They targeted a military target and they fucked it up. Okay? They fucked it up and they killed civilians. So if you can't make a delineated difference between the illicit, which is probably redundant, targeting of civilians in order to achieve a, political whatever fucking means, then, and if you also can't differentiate between nation state and non-state actors, then I think you're kind of a dipshit, right? I think you're kind of a dipshit. If it's a state doing it, it's a war crime. And the members of the government should be held accountable by international authorities. If it's a non-state actor, then whatever country or nation state is in charge of that territory is responsible for bringing them to justice. And if that nation state is incapable of bringing them to justice and the targets are American, then the Americans are going to come and they're going to kill the shit out of you. And so if you're incapable of making that like moral, political, analytical difference, then yeah, like we can hang out, we can talk, we can debate, whatever, but we're not on the same team.
Have to go. I just want to get your take overall on the response to El Sayed's victory. I was like very pleased with how the powers that be, Stevens herself, all like seemingly major Democrats are calling for unity against Mike Rogers. And I think more and more it demonstrates that like more than they are.
Don't I think the UN is a joke? Absolutely. But intervening in Kosovo was based.
Are distinct. The Democrats, both voter and
intervening in Kosovo was based, and we should have intervened during the Rwandan genocide.
Representative and leader are more unified against MAGA than they are disunified. And a lot of these like fractures, yes, they're real in the primary context, but in the bigger picture, towards the general, it's kind of more online. And there aren't that many people in my...
Like, just to be clear, I don't know what Pisco's level of engagement is past online stuff. Like, what he's describing, that's not unique to this electoral season. Like, Democrats have always been like that. Like, again, that the Hillary Obama primary, that was a very, very, very contentious primary for a lot of reasons, and the Democratic Party came together after that. Like, generally, the Democratic Party does come together after these things. Like, the issue has always been the fact that it's the lefties that won't and haven't and didn't, and the non-committed movement and all this stuff. Like, that's been the issue. Like, to pretend he's like giving credit here, like, oh, the Democrats came together, and so that shows that all the contention that people are having is just like online stuff, and it's like, yeah, that was kind of always the complaint, is that we should be able to all come together politically, and it shouldn't be these huge, like, they're all genocide supporters, so we're not going to support the candidate and blah, blah, blah. But
I want apologies when their candidate loses in 2028. I want apologies.
Well, we don't know. Who knows what 2028 will be like.
That's true.
Like, let's vote for the MAGA Republican over El Sayed if you're a faithful Democratic voter. I don't believe that is a major position. So I just want to get your reaction to El Sayed's victory and the follow-on from that.
Oh, I mean, like I love the fact that the people, it was just like it was a domino. It was just like one right after another, and it happened in such rapid succession. So yeah, so you had McMurrow obviously was the first one out the gate to publicly endorse El Sayed, and then she obviously spoke at the victory speech. She was the one who.
I've read this a lot, but I don't know if it's true. If it is true, this is kind of ironic. But do you know if this is true? I heard that on the debate stage, that Haley Stevens explicitly stated that she would endorse whoever the winner was. So if Abdul,
I don't remember off the top of my head now, but I would assume that she would.
I heard that she stated that, but that Abdul wouldn't make the same statement. Can anybody link me that, or is that true, or can I? Because I don't.
So old school said Kosovo was done by NATO, not the UN. I think I used the term international authorities, and so the person saying, "Hey, the UN is cringe." It's like, yes, I know the UN is cringe. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there will be international coalitions that will intervene during violent episodes in some countries. So, for instance, like NATO in Kosovo, NATO in Libya. I don't know if NATO did Syria, but the United States in Syria. I'm trying to think of what else. But the point is, like, while oftentimes what is stated by people is like, hey, these international organizations are incapable of holding nation states accountable for their poor behavior, therefore, why are we appealing to them at all? There are a handful of examples of international intervention by NATO and by the UN that have had humanitarian boons to a civilian population and have killed the forces that were committing war crimes. So I'm okay with that. I think that's based.
I don't want to repeat that. It was just like an anti-Abdul talking point.
Oh, I feel like he said he was just going to win or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious how true that is. On the debate stage, she already did endorse something. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that during the primaries when they were running, that I think I've read. That's what I'm saying. I don't know for sure, but I've read that Haley Stevens said that she would endorse Abdul if she lost, but that Abdul wouldn't make the same statement, which would be a little bit ironic.
Introduced him, and it was a very warm and congenial introduction. Of course, he didn't just accept that. El Sayed reciprocated.
Are you not worried that you're going to alienate every other lib content creator who is blue no matter who? Pisco, Josiah, maybe IRS soon, maybe Hutch eventually, maybe not, because it feels like things were finally returning to normal. I'm not I've never been a big like team sports aligned guy who wants to be on everybody's side or whatever. I will never ever be part of a political movement that endorses anti-West terrorist attacks. That's like so far beyond the pale for me. That's like a crazy. I would just rather not. Yeah, I don't know how to. I feel like that. I feel like
that's pretty self-evident.
Pretty crazy, yeah.
The generosity and the magnanimity, but to have Governor Whitmer, not just like issue a written statement, but to go on video and endorse.
What candidate is endorsing terrorist attacks? There are no candidates that I'm aware of yet, but Hassan Piker openly endorses and celebrates like anti-Western terrorist attacks. It's fucking crazy.
Jocelyn Benson and Abdul, and then for Pete Buttigieg, who's another, he's relocated, he lives in Traverse City now, so he's a big Michigander now, and so for him to endorse Senator Peters, the incumbent Democratic senator who's on his way out the door, whose vacancy that they are vying to fill, he endorsed Abdul, Chuck Schumer endorsed Abdul. It was uniform. Yeah, Vice President Harris did as well. I'm sure President Biden would, but I don't know if it'd be much like electoral benefit for him.
Problem blue no matter who. Okay. I asked her afterwards if she would endorse and campaign for LC if she lost the primary. Absolutely. I'm on the team. I'm so proud to be on the team. She said, Mike Rogers wants to rubber stamp Donald Trump. I'm going to do everything I can. That's why I've been a part of the process right now. I'd be excited and honored to earn the nomination, but we're going to finish this election and we're going to win. Okay. So I asked Al Sayed the same question later that night. Would he endorse and campaign for Stevens if she lost? I'm committed to beating Mike Rogers. I've said that so many times, he said. I noted that wasn't precisely a yes. As I've said, I'm going to do everything I need to defeat Mike Rogers. I wonder if he knew that Stevens had been asked the same question earlier. So this wasn't like on stage or anything. It was a little bit more, I guess, like undercover, but okay.
Sure, I just why can't you just say yeah, if the other person wins, I'll endorse him? I don't understand why that's beyond the pale for any political person in the Democrats.
Yeah,
I could see.
I think the issue is
wouldn't.
Sure, I think the issue is, and I think it depends on the context where it comes up. Is that I think it's considered kind of rude to ask during a primary if somebody would, but maybe that norm is changing because it gives this impression of like you're not going to win. So I don't know. I'm not sure what the norm is right now. Actually, I don't have to go back and check, but yeah.
But if one is saying,
and if one is saying it, I think you probably should. Yeah.
Yeah.
Praxis are doing the thing that they should be doing, then surely their underlings or their supporters, Haley Stevens voters, should now, obviously, El Sayed has an obligation to try to appeal to them, right? We would never say that he doesn't have an obligation. But in terms of what they should do, they should follow what their champions are doing immediately and without any equivocation. Support El Sayed. Just like, by the way, I was ready, if Haley Stevens won, I was ready to endorse her.
Once again, I thought I was going to be defending the honor of my friends against the honor of my former friend. However, if Steven comes out and said, fuck that, without equivocation, no, you can 100%, like Abdul Al-Sayed was canvassing and did a pool party with Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker would celebrated, well, I don't know, celebrated is probably too far. Let's just say he was understanding of the plight of Palestinians and Hamas on October 7, 2023. And he's made repeated statements that he endorses like extra legal violence against civilians. Or at least he understands it, I guess, is the best way that he that's like the closest thing to a steel man. But no, he 10 toes down. He supports the Red Sea crisis. 10 toes down. He thinks that, the IDF is a more morally vile force than Hamas. So, yeah, like I think that you could reasonably infer that he is somebody who supports... Hezbollah has his favorite flag. It's easy to reasonably infer that Hassan Piker is a supportive of terrorism as long as it's targeting Israel and the United States. Oh, how could I forget? America, fuck it, I'm going to say it. America deserved 9/11, dude. Yeah. Fuck that.
Minute that was
you had that post drafted. I saw
drafted,
the amount of praise, the amount of praise you foisted on her. It was unbelievable. How she was the greatest candidate. She won the best, or she ran the best congressional race you've ever seen. No, in all seriousness, like, yeah, you got to be consistent with the methodology and with the standard of vote blue, no matter who. Now, at the same time, and we talked about this. I think the time. I don't begrudge, I don't begrudge Hutch and others as well. And I'm not going to pretend that there's not some selfish bit of schadenfreude on my part too. That the tables have turned somewhat, and so you can at least like throw a jab there and troll. Like, I don't mind that. I really don't, because I do think two things have to be done here. I think that we all have to unify behind a candidate, no matter who the candidate is, when the alternative is a fascist Republican. But also, I do think the secondary order of business is that the libs and the left have to come to some sort of mutual understanding that this standard, even though it has not been consistent, it really needs to be, because libs are people too. And even though libs are falling in line, if the standard goes unreciprocated for too long, I do fear eventually that, perhaps not with Abdul, maybe it will be Francesca Hong, or maybe it will be Abdul, like we just don't know, that eventually, at some point, a candidate that the leftist flank of the Democratic Party is really excited about wins the primary, but does lose a winnable race in the general because the libs decide to do, man, I'm trying to think what, was it Dragon Age or was it the Hobbit trilogy where like the elves saw, where like the elves and Thranduil like turned the army away rather than come to the aid of, the dwarves, like, you know what I'm saying? Like during the defense of the mountain or whatever, like basically like instead of showing up as the cavalry, basically just to stick it to the leftists and say, okay, we've experienced this before. Now you're going to experience the same thing in a tit for tat. And maybe next time you'll say, okay, fuck, we did this. Now it was done to us. We don't like it. So, okay, touche. And now we need to come to an understanding. I do fear that that could happen. I'm not saying that it should happen. I don't support that and I oppose that. But libs are people too. It's kind of like how when I say that when a politician that you may not like, either because they're too left or too lib, but they do something that you want, you need to give them their flowers. You need to give them their support, right? Because if you don't, these politicians are human, right? And if they don't get that positive reinforcement, if they do what you ask and you don't reward them, if you renege on the implicit commitment, the implicit arrangement, they will eventually get frustrated and seek that support elsewhere. And that will not redound to the benefit of your movement. So I think it's in everybody's best interest. And quite frankly, I've heard, like I've thought about, and I'm still toying around with this, like having conversations, maybe like another interview with like Wanja Ali or Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball or even Mehdi, and bringing that up during the course of the conversation. Like, do you fear now that it's a preferred candidate, and not that Mehdi did this, Mehdi was very clear during the 2024 election that Vice President Harris was the preferable candidate, and that people, he caught a lot of slings because slings and arrows because he was telling other, Muslim Americans and Arab Americans and Palestinian Americans, do not vote for Trump and do not sit out this election. You will come to regret it.
He still calls a lot of shit. He still does it.
Go for
it.
Well, no. So my point is, but like, I am interested enough that I do think I want to have a conversation with some of the other leftist creators, just like academically. Like,
we'll see.
Have you thought about basically now that the shoe's on the other foot that a sufficient number of libs, even if not the politicians themselves, but maybe some of the electors, so just because Haley Stevens has endorsed Abdul El-Sayed doesn't guarantee that all of her supporters will. It's entirely possible that a sufficient number, perhaps an outcome determinative number of her own supporters, because there's bad blood there, will not endorse Abdul El-Sayed just because.
Do you guys remember 6 months ago, year ago, when Pisco was like, hey, Connor, you're pretty much a Democrat, right? You should just be a Democrat. You should just be a Democrat, bro. You should just be a Democrat. Forget all that cringe gun shit. You don't need your guns. Who gives a shit about abortion? Only 1% of abortions are done after, 20 weeks anyways. I mean, what's that? A few thousand people compared to 500,000, number one, they're not people because they're fetuses, right? But number two, what's that? Like a few thousand compared to the 500,000 that are aborted? A majority of abortions are in line with your moral philosophy. So why do you even care about abortion that much? He was trying to do this whole thing. And now we got this conversation where Mehdi Hassan, who, dude, I think that holding Pisco accountable for being boys with Kyle Kalinske is like, whatever, man. I don't endorse everything that my friends say. But Mehdi Hassan, if you guys remember, he gave that glowing cocksuck fest to Hassan Piker within the past month, where he was just like, oh, everybody just hates you because you want universal health care and you say crazy things on the internet sometimes, right? And Hassan's like, that's right, Mehdi Hassan. I'm actually a very sane and normal political pundit. I just lose my mind and say crazy things every now and then. And Mehdi Hassan was like, that's right. And white people in America and the United Kingdom government, they're just Islamophobic, right? And Hassan Piker was like, that's absolutely right, Mehdi Hassan. They're just Islamophobic. I don't have batshit fucking insane politics. How the fuck am I supposed to take that, dude? How the fuck am I supposed to look at Pisco and Josiah sane washing Mehdi Hassan and then Mehdi Hassan turning around and sane washing Hassan Piker? Because at this point, I'm just assuming that Mehdi Hassan believes everything that Hassan Piker does. He just does so in a more quiet manner. Dude, stop moderating Officer Nasty. Leave Officer Nasty alone. What the fuck, dude? Okay, Officer Nasty, leave Grassroots alone. Grassroots, leave Officer Nasty alone. Jesus Christ. Doobie for 10 says, sending you something very relevant to your criticism of Comrade Hiker in Discord DMs. Is it a fucking Fox News clip compilation of how cool he is? Because if it's how cool he is, I'm going to be fucking annoyed. Wow, it seems Desi back in 2019 perfectly understood the actual nuance behind Hassan's inflammatory America deserved 9/11, and even today, Desi says the attacks against Hassan is the weakest factually.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
The 9/11.
He was referencing geopolitics. He was saying that it was geopolitical blowback against American actions overseas. Yeah, hold on. Let's engage with this momentarily.
Point, I think it probably works because 9/11 is such a charged topic, but it is like the weakest factually, I think, of the points.
It's one thing saying America, that the people who gave the weapons, this, that, but something to say that the individuals that had nothing to do with it dying deserved it.
Yeah, I know, but that's great. It's great that we can do that as America, when we can say, well, hold on, these are our civilians, like, blah, 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 like, that's the American government, that doesn't count. But we don't go to war with Yemen's government. We don't go to war with Chile's government. We don't go to war with Iraq's government. We kill civilians there, right? We don't kill the government. We don't attack the government. We don't go and bomb government buildings. We kill brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers, and that's who dies.
This isn't a good clip. This is wrong. In the Iraqi body count project, we saw that American forces were responsible for 20% of overall deaths within the fucking country. And we did specifically target government forces. Almost explicitly, we targeted government forces. God damn it.
In a lot of the wars, it's collateral damage that America supports. It's happening right now in Palestine.
Okay. Hold on. I pause Andy a little bit. If he wants to say that after, like, drone strikes at weddings and all that bullshit, then fucking Afghans are not going to be, Okay, so let's say that you're an Afghan. You get invited to a wedding, but you're sick that day, so you don't go to the wedding. And then a drone strike hits your fucking uncle, who is a jihadist, but then it wipes out a family that are not jihadists. And then the Americans shrug their shoulders and they go, well, shouldn't have been friends with jihadists. Shrug shoulders. I understand how if you were the Afghan who lived in Afghanistan and your fucking cousin or uncle or whatever died that way and civilians died that way, you would go, how is this any fucking different than suicide bombing? I do understand it. It's just annoying.
You know, like, I'm just saying, I'm not saying like death to American civilians or any crazy shit like that, but it's not that controversial of a take to say that the types of foreign intervention that the United States directly or indirectly supports leads to a lot of civilians getting fucking killed. And when it happens to us, it's kind of bullshit to be like, what? It's crazy.
Once again, the moral difference is going to be in targeting, but you have to believe in the moral difference in targeting. Anyways.
She will, right? And so, like, I do want to ask that question of, like, more leftist creators who were either sympathetic to leftists withholding their support for President Biden or Vice President Harris. You know, are you worried about that? And what would you say to libs who are now in a position to fuck the left over the way they feel that the left fucked them over? I do want to see them grapple with that. So, but I hope it doesn't come to us sabotaging ourselves and inadvertently electing a MAGA Republican.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. What do you make of the following? Like, I agree that's a real dynamic with some influencers and with some outspoken people and organized.
Uh-oh.
Mid-Marv, you're literally asking me to go and support fucking Hong when she's campaigning with somebody who calls for Steven's death multiple times a fucking month. Yeah, you can literally go fuck yourself in the ass.
Damn.
I don't care. That's my fucking line. He's over here saying, well, that's why MAGA won. You're just like them.
At Mr. Putin, the shrug is also why the GOP continues to win. We are in an asymmetric war with a party that doesn't have mutants. So you'd vote for someone who went on to Rogan, whose podcast led to this with thousands from vaccine denial, etc. The GOP continues to win. Well, when the GOP does win, it's because they're acting like how we want to act. Like, the way that you're advocating for us to act is not why the GOP won. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. Like, the issue is that we aren't willing to come together and support the candidate. I feel like it's the exact opposite argument that you're making, but is that a new account?
It's like a month old, yeah.
Based. Okay.
No doubt about that. But among, like, the actual electorate and voting population, I feel like it's not representative of them. Like, I feel like the left, by and large, came through for Kamala when we're just talking about voters, right? Like,
and then now we're going to play the same game where we equivocate on what we mean when we say the left, or what we mean when we're going to pretend like, well, the voters came through, which they did, by the way. Most people that voted for Bernie, most people that voted for any leftist DSA type thing or socialist type thing, most of them do come out and vote Democrat. That is true. But that's not what we're talking about. Like, nobody has made that claim that most of the people that supported Bernie or most of the people that supported whatever leftist ended up not voting for the candidate. But it's not about what most of the people did. It's about the messaging from the top of their political establishments, and that messaging is that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same. Otherwise, what was the unaligned movement?
So yeah, the polling data shows that the idea that there was like it's the same. It was the same thing in 2016. Like the overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters voted for Vice President Harris. I mean, this really is not like this, but it is an issue on the margins, and the margins can determine elections, right? So I
don't understand where this has to be bad faith at this point from Josiah and Pisco to continually misunderstand this point and to play this game.
Hold up. What's bad faith from Josiah and Pisco?
Like the overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters voted for Vice President Harris. I mean, this really is not like this, but it is an issue on the margins, and the margins can determine elections, right? So
I don't understand where this has to be bad faith at this point from Josiah and Pisco to continually misunderstand this point and to play this game over and over and over again. It has to be bad faith, and I don't know if it's like a thing to get on some other larger streamer's good side or what. I don't understand how they can continue to mind fuck themselves over this point over and over again. Nobody has ever claimed ever on our side. Nobody has ever said the majority of socialist identifying people don't vote for Democrats. The majority of Hassan's fans don't vote for Democrats. The majority of Bernie supporters. Nobody has ever made that claim. These guys have think of the
Is that true? I feel like I've heard plenty of liberals bitch that the constant complaints from maybe this is the point, maybe I'm pause-andying, but the constant lack of motivation from the punditry, the left-wing anti-establishment punditry, likely depressed the voter turnout. And as a result, it was outcome determinative that Trump won. Am I tripping? I feel like that has been argumentation that like, oh, Hassan Piker is bad, Kyle Kalinske is bad, Mike from PA is bad, Denims is bad. And the reason why they're bad was because they were hypercritical of Biden through the time that he was running in the general. Then they were hypercritical of Kamala for the 104 days that she was in the general. And that their sentiments likely depressed voter turnout to the point that when we're talking about an election that's coming down to a few thousand votes, it may or may not have been outcome determinative on an individual creator level, but that cumulative sentiment of not voting blue no matter who is what fucked the Democrats. Maybe he's about to explain that, but I feel like that sentiment was repeated many times.
The straw, the poor straw that has been reconstructed over and over again as this tired, played out straw man to pretend that anybody's saying, I don't understand how.
It was bitching about their bitching, not that their viewers didn't vote. Are you fucking, then why would you give a shit? Why would you care? If their sentiments didn't affect voter turnout, why the fuck would you give a shit about their sentiments? That doesn't make sense at all. That makes no goddamn sense.
How they keep saying this stupid fucking argument that nobody's ever made. Ugh.
I take your point, and I totally agree. This is not reflective of the left or the online left or Bernie supporters or whatever.
Yeah,
I totally categorically reject that. There's no data to support that.
I think Kamala Harris outperformed Bernie by like a point or something, and AOC outperformed Kamala Harris by a few points perhaps. But like to me, there's not enough of a sample to suggest that there's this like overriding trend of this not occurring. And maybe that data exists, and if it exists, we're interested in it. Like we're interested in it because I think it bears on.
Nobody has ever said that. Nobody's ever made this claim ever. The history of all of online debating kind about this topic, but they keep pretending that this claim is being made, despite being told over and over again that that's not the claim being made. And they're like, "Well, if we had data of this, we would support." It's like nobody has ever said this. I don't know who's making this argument.
Maybe some of these issues are moral, but
am I retarded? I swear to God. Joe Biden / Kamala running against Trump. Anti-liberal commentary is attacking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, particularly over Gaza, and insufficiently leftist politics. These attacks are estimated to have depressed voter turnout. Who knows if it's outcome determinative or not? And as a result, Trump won, and that was bad. What the fuck? Why are people why is Destiny pretending that this is a retarded inference based off of their commentary? Am I losing my fucking mind? And not just that, but if let's say that this didn't affect the election, then why would you care? The reason why you care is because it affected the fucking election. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking? That is the most... Is that not one of the most nonsensical things I've ever heard uttered in this fucking space? I think that's one of the biggest fucking cases of nonsense I've ever fucking heard. I just cared that they were being negative about my candidate. I didn't say that it was outcome determinative or that it affected the election. What?
Ability, it bears certainly on strategy and that kind of stuff, but I've just not seen, but I do think it's like a dynamic that's real online.
And also, not only is that a silly thing to infer, but no one has said it ever. What?
Influencers and certain organizers, and that's causing a lot of consternation. You go for it.
Oh, 100%. And I just saw one of your chatters there, say like, now libs know what it's like to be a Bernie supporter in 2016. I guess I don't follow because actually I think like...
Okay. So somebody back this up in chat. So unless I'm missing something, I really need people to hit me up with this. Steven just said that Pisco and Josiah are strawmanning the critics of the anti-liberal commentariat because no one has ever argued that their criticisms of the liberals depressed voter turnout and fucked up the 2024 election. And I think that is one of the most galling, nonsensical fucking statements I've ever fucking heard. And if it's true that the anti-liberal commentariat didn't affect the fucking election, then why do you give a shit? Obviously, action is downstream from thought. Well, weirdly enough, there's some psychological shit that says different. But allegedly for rational human beings, some action is downstream from some thought. So if people are saying thoughts and then there's a negative action, why would you criticize the thoughts if the thoughts had no bearing on the action?
He said that, libs are going to have to make some genuine concessions. Well, actually, when it comes to Abdul al-Sayed, unless, you just take for granted that an outcome determinative number of Stevens supporters, Democratic voters, liberals are just going to go ahead and support him, which honestly, on balance of probability is probably true. Like, the truth is he probably doesn't, it's not guaranteed that he will lose if he doesn't bend over backwards to court Haley voters.
Yeah.
Just because we tend to close ranks.
Yeah.
But the truth is, if anybody's going to need to make concessions in this particular race, it's going to have to be
the left.
Abdul is going to moderate. Abdul is going to, drift towards the center. And we actually see it already in the past 24 hours, not just in terms of his rhetoric and how he's talked about, Haley Stevens and her supporters mending fences and building bridges, but also, Chris Hayes tonight on MS Now hit him with that quote by Hassan that's gone viral. And, you can just see it on Abdul's face. Like, he's like, I just want to strangle that motherfucker. Like, you can see it. And he basically, he's like, listen, he's a streamer. He's entitled to his view. That's not my view. My view is that we need to build bridges and mend fences, and that's what this campaign is about.
We don't need to cancel Thanksgiving, and we don't need to do 9/11.
Right, and I think, I don't have the quote on me, but I do think like there was a follow-up about like, will you campaign with him or something like that. I could be hallucinating. He's like, you know, I'm really focused on winning the general.
Wow, what a crazy solidification there of where he stands on it. Thank you so much. True, nice. I'm just
focused.
I'm just a politician. I don't know about what this other guy said that has shown up with me the day before my election and that I'm standing alongside. I don't know anything.
Who the hell is that guy?
Who that one? I don't know that we do.
Suggesting that kind of like Zoran Mondani, he's going to have to really distance himself from Hassan now. And so Abdul.
Doobie says, you've just noticed that the moderate libs like to vacillate between we don't need lefty votes, why cater to them, and lefties cost us the election because they don't vote. Welcome to the real. Nah, I already saw this shit. And by the way, I was kind of skeptical of Stephen's claims. I don't know if this happened in 24. It might have happened in 25 prior to this recent shift in political discourse. But I feel like I heard him say, well, Biden won without pandering to the far lefties, so we can win without him. And I was like, well, don't you need to build as broad of a coalition of anti-MAGA folks as you possibly can? Like, isn't that just like true that you need to have some core principles, but realistically you need to appeal to as broad of a tent as possible? And yeah, for me, like, once again, I'm happy that some of the liberals are saying, no, here are my lines. We might share electoral outcomes for the sake of the greater good, but you and I are not on the same team. That's, you know, I'm happy that those lines are being drawn, but to pretend that you don't need them for the electoral outcomes at all is kind of silly. Kind of silly to me.
Recognizes that he has an obligation to try to court the votes of Haley Stevens supporters and just other Democratic voters and as many people as humanly possible. And that's always the case. Vice President Harris had that obligation. You know, when people say, because sometimes people get mad at us when we get frustrated, you're like, well, Harris had an obligation to win people over. That's true, right? The candidate's job is to persuade people to turn out for him or her. And Harris failed. I failed as a major political commentator because I clearly wasn't able to make that case persuasively. And so was everybody else in the space. And the voters themselves failed as well because they made the wrong decision and were dealing with at least 4 years of fascism. So we all have a moral obligation. We all have agency and we all have a duty to try to come together. But I don't think now that we're in the general, I don't think it's the quote unquote liberals who are going to have to make concessions of Abdul El-Sayed. I think if concessions are demanded, it will be from liberals and Abdul will be forced to make them, not the other way around.
I want to respond to a super chat and also a follow-on comment from Demi Urge, who said, vote blue no matter who only works if both factions adhere to it and only works when you apply it in the general election. I guess I don't understand what you mean by that. It only works if both factions adhere to it. I just take vote blue no matter who. And again, where there's obviously everyone has a threshold, everyone has like this bar is too far. It's a recommendation for individuals. And I don't know what about that quote unquote doesn't work if you have a group of cynical influencers who don't adhere to it for their own clout and purposes, especially when the overwhelming voting trend seems to be that both factions do adhere to it. But like, even assuming that weren't the case, vote blue no matter who is just like a prescription for what's the right thing to do, right? And that's true whether or not everyone does do the right thing.
That's
a true statement. Do we no longer have okay, maybe I'm pause-anding. Maybe I'm pause-anding.
I don't understand how somebody can be so smart on some discrete things, but like so fucking retarded on macro concepts. It's like when we say all hands on deck, what we mean is that it's just morally good to go up and top and help on deck. That's what we mean. Even if not everybody is helping. And it's like, no, that's literally not what it means. What it means is we need everybody here, and that's what we're saying, all hands on deck. We need everybody to do something. If not everybody does it, it doesn't work. That's what the
Dude, this is where I swear to God, I do not respect the average Twitch and YouTube political viewer because I think they're so fucking stupid. They're just responding to the emotion and not to actually what's being said. The world ideal most often means the best possible or most fitting choice or a standard of perfection. It can describe something that is completely right for a specific job or purpose, or it can refer to a goal or a concept that exists only in the mind. So, as a member of the military, we would hear phrases like all hands on deck, or we need to pull together in order to get this done, or fucking you signed my contract, or you suck my cock. Meaning, basically, USMC, United States Marine Corps, meaning that, like, you signed up for the shit, so now you got to go do the shit. And guess what? There were still a few shitbags, a few skaters, who hung out in the background and didn't pull their fucking weight. And they were pussies, and we fucking hated their guts. But the vast majority of people responded to the ideal, and they said, you know what? We should follow through on the ideal. We shouldn't be pussies. We should pull together. We should get all hands on deck, and we should attack the mission, and we should accomplish it. What Pisco just said, which is not stupid at all, is that if, let's say that 100 people are a part of this mission, and 3 of them are shitbags. What he's saying is, ignore the shitbags, because 97 out of 100 of us can still accomplish the mission. What Steven is saying, or at least by inference here, unless he makes a correction, is, well, not everybody is adhering to the ideal. Therefore, since we're not adhering to the ideal, when somebody says all hands on deck, and it's a mission we like, we can do the mission. But when it's a mission we don't like, fuck them, and we'll be part of the problem too. That's not how unity works. That's not how ideals work. So acting like fucking Pisco, who believes that the mission is defeating MAGA, is dumb for articulating how you should still follow through on ideals, even if not every member of the fucking country or alt media punditry is participating in the ideal, and acting like he's stupid for saying that is in and of itself stupid. The fuck?
The phrase means it implies the necessity for everybody to participate. Like, not for some people to choose and for other people not to. Jesus.
Maybe you're saying something else like,
you're not a captain, so.
What? We're not what?
You're not a captain, so
True.
I already know.
Well, no, I think this is worth talking about. Like, vote blue no matter who, you know, the virtue of that prescription is that you increase the likelihood of electing Democrats, and Democrats are, as a general proposition, better than Republicans. And the truth is, the cold hard truth of it is, that vote blue no matter who works, even if only a certain percentage of the electorate subscribes to it. So
not if you selectively subscribe to it. This is just an exploit. It's just an exploit for how your political movement will be treated. We will always support the candidate as long as the candidate aligns with us in a small area. And then for the large people, well, you guys will always support the candidate. All you are doing is creating a ratchet effect where they understand that when it's a candidate they don't like, then they won't support him. And when it's a candidate they do like, they will support him. And then we have to do this no matter what rhetoric only benefits those people, because they know that no matter what their actions are, they can create an environment where it becomes EV positive to always support their candidate, because they'll support theirs, but they won't support yours. So I guess we have to support theirs because they won't support ours, and it makes theirs more electable. Like, this is a...
Except for you're literally ignoring a portion of what they just said as a part of their calculus. That regardless of the alternative media punditry, the vast majority of lefties still showed up for the Democrats. As a matter of fact, in this very segment 5 minutes ago, didn't Steven concede to that descriptive reality, or am I hallucinating that as a memory? He either conceded to that being reality, or he didn't object to that being forwarded. A part of the calculation from Pisco and Josiah's perspective is the fact that there are a bunch of loud assholes on the internet who talk shit about the mainstream liberals, but the vast majority of liberals and progressives will vote for the person with a D next to their name as a lesser of two evils, and that's represented in the polling for Kamala. I think they specifically cited that Bernie voters and some other category of people overwhelmingly voted for Kamala. So feels like you're missing a variable there, King.
Ratchet effect. I don't understand how this is so difficult to understand.
yes, ideally, not just for, not just to maximize the efficacy of vote blue no matter who, but also I think for just a personal sense of justice, we want everybody in the quote unquote coalition or the lib-left coalition or the lib-left team or whatever we're calling it, the people who are from never Trump Republicans all the way to, AOC and Zoran Mamdani, whatever you call that group. We want everybody to get on board with the idea of vote blue no matter who. But even if people betray the principle, those of us who adhere to it regardless, those of us.
If people betray the principle is no longer a principle. If applied selectively, it's just a way to attack you. Like, if I found out in the United States that half the country, for some reason, like absent our tax code, but just like wasn't paying taxes and there was no penalty, like they were on paper supposed to and they just didn't.
If people don't adhere to the principle, it's no longer a principle. It's just something that is used to attack you. No, a principle is a guiding rule of conduct. So yes, if a guiding rule of conduct is adhered to by most members of a group, and then there's some people of a group who don't adhere to it, it is still a principle. That was a false statement.
Well, fuck that. Why the fuck would I pay taxes? That's not a morally virtuous thing to do. Or much the same right now, if we think that taxes should be increased, I'm not going to volunteer extra money. No, make it a law. You have to do a thing where, like, everybody has to be playing by the same rule set.
Who adhere to it regardless.
Well, hold on. People do tax evasion all the time. So why doesn't Steven start evading taxes? The principle isn't being adhered to at all times. As a matter of fact, murder being outlawed in the United States is a principle. We're stating that homicide conducted unjustly by private parties is unjust. So since it's no longer a principle, it's no longer a guide of conduct because some people commit murder, why don't we all just start committing murder or rape or theft? Dude, the reason why I get so pissed off, and I'm sorry, Jen Winkler, to bring you up specifically, but I think I got mad at you, is because this is so clearly an appeal to behave poorly, streamed to thousands or tens of thousands of young, impressionable people. I cannot see it any other way. It is, oh, other people are behaving poorly, I should be able to behave poorly. That's it. And by the way, we all learned in elementary school, we all learned in fucking kindergarten that another person behaving poorly does not give you justification to behave poorly. You fucking steal glue so you can fucking huff it in the corner, and then the teacher comes over and says, hey, you can't be stealing glue and huffing it in the corner. And then you go, oh, well, Timmy over there, he stole markers the other day, and he also has glue in his backpack. And then the teacher goes, oh, my bad. Timmy's acting poorly? That means you can be a piece of shit too. Nowhere in the civilized world is this an accepted argument. And yet, I have to re-explain this argumentation to fucking DGG people all the goddamn time. Like, I don't understand it at all. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're encouraging worse behavior by everyone inside the country. You're being less politically effective. And on top of that, you're ignoring variables that your political, I guess, allies are using to justify their calculation. This is fucking nonsense. This is gobbledygook passionately said. Yeah, this is just an extension of tit for tat. Yeah, it is. And tit for tat, used incorrectly, by the way. We modeled barbarian retributive violence, eye for an eye, tit for tat, and fucking turning the other cheek. And DGG has completely misunderstood the moral philosophy of each four of those systems. Okay. I don't think that's addressed to me.
Like, it's not a zero-sum game. By adhering to vote blue no matter who, even when others don't, you are still increasing the likelihood that Democrats get elected. Now, again,
it's not about if Democrats get elected. It's also about what a Democrat is or what it means to be a Democrat. What are the chances you think that Kermie is more blur on an alt? Is it, though? Just because they don't live by their principles doesn't mean we shouldn't live by our principles. People don't pay for the bus all the time, but I still do because I think it is the right thing to do.
Why are you reading that comment like the person saying it is dumb? Please say something intelligent that changes my mind, Steven, because talking about that stupidly, repeating that back as if that person is stupid is not going to win you this point.
If people don't pay for the bus, they get arrested or they get fined. That's a law. You have to do that. And if somebody catches you not doing it, you'll get in trouble.
If people don't vote blue no matter who, then we suffer electoral consequences and social consequences, as we are actively suffering them right now. There are punitive measures through which unprincipled people suffer. Unfortunately, principled people and unprincipled people also suffer. What are we trying to do? Eliminate the concept of suffering from existence? What the fuck are we talking about?
Would you still pay for the bus if we decided arbitrarily there was some group of people, if you're over 6'2", or if you're a woman or whatever, you don't have to pay your bus fare, and it was just like a randomly arbitrary thing? Or not that we decided, that those people just didn't? Like, no, there's not...
Yeah, you fucking asshole! Literally, the person said plenty of people don't pay for the bus, and yet he's gonna pay for the bus anyways on principle. The answer to the question that you just asked is an obvious and resounding yes. Poorly behaved people do not give you an excuse to be poorly behaved yourself. This is kindergarten morality.
There's no virtue in acting independently if you need everybody to solve a problem. There's no virtue.
Except for you just ignored the fact that you don't need everybody. The same way in the military that if you say all hands on deck and 3 people don't participate, but 97 people do, then you still get the job done, is the same way that Pisco and Josiah have been arguing for the past 5 minutes, which you're not paying attention to, that while there are loud, annoying alternative media pundits who are contrarian, who will insist upon criticizing the Democratic Party and not voting blue no matter who, the overwhelming amount of people who vote left wing have voted left wing. So yes, you're wrong. The people who are consistent in their principles and morals and virtues are correct.
In that.
Pretty girls don't have to pay for drinks at bars.
Oh, and literally not even close to debunking that chat. Reading it as if the fucking chatter was stupid, coming up with an argument that he passionately says, but doesn't actually debunk the fucking chat, and then moving on. That's cool. That's very cool.
True.
Maximizing the efficacy and the range of it. That's where you want everybody to get on board. But no, it is not a zero-sum game where if the left doesn't do it, it's bad for liberals to do it. If electing Democrats is something you consider to be good, then you...
We don't! Then now you have to torture, like, what they mean ontologically.
It is not a zero-sum game where if the left doesn't do it, it's bad for liberals to do it. If electing Democrats is something you consider to be good, then you...
We don't! Then now you have to torture, like, what they mean ontologically by the terms, or semantically. What is the semantic content of the word Democrat, right? Well, it's always good to elect a Democrat. That's not true. If Nick Fuentes ran as a Democrat, I don't think I would want to elect him. Just having the D next to their name, I can't believe that we even have to clarify this, but like it implies that there is some semantic content to the term Democrat, that there is some shared belief system. Now, it doesn't have to map completely on it. There's probably plenty of room in a particular party, even for you to disagree on things, on affirmative action or DI or what should gun control. Like, if there's some guy who was like on me most of the way and they thought that we should ban all assault rifles throughout the United States.
Okay. So this is the core of the disagreement here. Do Democratic Socialists of America, who are running under the D name and therefore increase the electoral clout, if they win, of course, of the Democratic Party, do they have the right to claim to be Democrats, or do they increase Democratic power? And actually, the core of this argument is Pisco and Josiah are answering this question differently than Steven is. Okay? Josiah and Pisco are saying the threat of Trump is so overwhelming that even if we get Democratic Socialists in power, as long as the number of Ds go up, so we can, impeach or slow roll the Trump administration agenda, or we can make him a lame duck for 2 years or whatever, that's good enough for me that I will accept, they will accept some level of DSA candidates within the Democratic fold. What Stephen, Wick, Mooten, and I, funnily enough, while I'm being critical, are saying is that these people are so antithetical to the American project and their politics are so fucking stupid that even if you try to accept their electoral advantage, you are not on the same team. And that is truly the crux of the argument. KOE says, as a Republican, I fully support the left breaking off from the liberals and starting their own political... I'm sure you do, KOE. There's something that I invite you to do, Phil, is actually go back and watch the Reverie Roundtable from last night. I think you know, Gibbs and I are like oil and water. We have not gotten along for a long time. And then Lactoid and I, we do get along, but we have some pretty passionate fights. We were silent for an hour as the liberals and leftists tore each other to shreds over whether or not socialists should be accommodated within the Democratic Party. It's kind of a wild, and like Gibbs and I, we didn't fight the entire night. We actually just let the liberals and leftists shred each other for 3 hours. It was bananas.
United States, like, I think it's retarded, but like, that's, yeah, fine. That's a disagreement that we can have. But supporting terrorism? No, come the fuck on. This is not like a vote blue no matter who. Even if the blue guy is a terrorist supporter, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You should do it even when leftists don't do it.
Here's the next follow-on from Demior. It says, the main criticism is that you are more tolerant of the Kalinske types who fail to do the right thing when it mattered. No one is talking about the voters. If we're just talking about influencers, we have all criticized Kalinske for that action. And so I don't understand in what sense we're more tolerant than we should be. Are you suggesting that we don't ever collaborate with Kyle Kalinske, that we don't ever be polite to Kyle Kalinske? Because I don't understand why that is a good instrument.
And then he also keeps playing this autistically retarded, like, what do you want us to do? I didn't know what you were supposed to do. It's like, cover them like you cover any person on the right. You can see what you need to do. Go to your YouTube channel. Let's look at how you do videos on Sean Hannity and Fox News and Bill Maher. Just like that. Like, you know what? Then this, oh my God. It has to be bad faith. So it's the CIA psyop of like how to exhaust a movement. And then these are like the strategies that you play out over and over and over again. And they work because they just wear everybody down and exhaust the energy.
Why is it good?
No. And once again, I have to defend Josiah and fucking Pisco. I disagree with Josiah and Pisco. I think them being friendly with the Vanguard, being friendly with socialists, them being friendly with people who are in turn friendly of Hassan Piker sucks. I think it makes politics worse. I think it's going to make our discourse worse. I think the Democratic Socialists seizing 30 to 40% of the electorate of the Democratic Party is going to make American politics worse. But their calculation is this is what's necessary to defeat MAGA now. I think it's short-sighted. I think it's dangerous. I think it's going to fuck us up. But I also think it's going to happen. Regardless of all our bitching and moaning, Mootin, me, Destiny, Wick, whatever, bitching that the Democratic Party is going too far left as an overcorrection to Trump, I still think it's going to happen. Flaring Roy says, you mentioned team members not pulling their weight and still achieving the mission, but here I guess the worry is that those members are actively undermining your mission and ready to stab and usurp you. For sure. For sure. And I do think that the point that Steven brought up is that, you know, oh, well, there's no punitive measure against these people, so you can't constantly cater to their selfishness. That is true. But when it comes to the analogy, that doesn't mean that you can't pull together a substantial amount of people such that the lackadaisical see you next Tuesdays who are dragging down your movement are overwhelmed by the people who are adhering to principle. And just because 3 or 4 shitbags don't adhere to principle does not give you an excuse not to adhere to principle yourself. It's like, it's once again, this is like, this is fundamental kindergarten morality. And the fact that I have people in chat, not a substantive amount of people to be clear, but 2 or 3 people who think that principles disappear the second somebody, quote unquote, on your team stops following the same principles as you is a silly, silly, silly notion, is the nicest way that I can put it.
Good for our movement for me to, be needlessly aggressive towards Kyle Kalinske, especially.
Why is it good for our movement to be, and then needlessly, like, tautologically, it's never good for you to needlessly do anything. Needlessly, in the word, begs the question of whether it's needed. No, it's not. Needlessly means without need, so you shouldn't do it. What, like, even the phrasing of these propositions is insane.
And here's a Twitter link. Kyle Kalinske responds to a donut question regarding Destiny arguing Colin Crystal are less in the 10th than Liz Cheney, as well as Destiny saying Kyle is afraid to debate. I'm not scared to debate him. I don't like him. I don't respect him. In this moment, as fascism is sweeping through the country and taking it over, it is deeply effing unserious that anybody would want to debate something like who's more in the tent. So I don't think that Pisco and Josiah falsely believe this. I think that this is their explicit motivation. They are stating that while Trump is in power, while the Republicans have a trifecta, you need the leftists. And then I think Pisco is more friendly to the leftists than Josiah is after the fact. So, no, I don't. I think they're incorrect. I think they're incorrect in that they are normalizing leftist bullshit. However, I think it is their sincerely held beliefs. And we're going to have to see how they change after the midterms. Doobie says, I wonder if you agree with me about this. I think the reason Destiny hates Kyle is because Kyle talks about him the way I sent in DMs just now. All the criticisms feel shallow and spite-driven. No. I have pretty strong dislike of Kyle. Once again, I said this when I covered a Kyle Kalinske segment. I could smoke a joint with Kyle and talk about politics. I could drink a beer with Kyle and talk about politics. But he is my lazy stoner friend who thought deep thoughts from age 15 to 18 and then didn't have a thought for the rest of his political commentary career. And so as a result, Steven's distaste for Kyle can be partially spite driven, he's dismissive, despite us being in the same political circles and commentariat and all that kind of stuff. He's very dismissive of me, etc. Fuck him for that, etc., etc. But I do think that there is a more legitimate reason to dislike Kyle than there is Pisco or Josiah.
Especially in the context where we have literal clips of him saying, I was wrong. I mean, Josiah provided that to me in DMs where he literally says it. And putting that aside, I'm sometimes polite and nice and collaborative with people I vehemently disagree with. So I don't understand the prescription. We are criticizing where there are areas that we disagree. When he calls, a Democrat MAGA light, I don't agree with those terminology. I don't agree that that's a smart thing to do. And I criticize it, right? I don't agree that he should do it. But that doesn't mean, what about that is inconsistent with our practice, all right? We criticize when appropriate. What about our...
I will believe everything that both of these guys say, and I will stop saying I think they're being bad faith. If I see them make a single video praising Nick Fuentes genuinely when he speaks out against MAGA, or when he says that he thinks that his fans should vote Democrat. If these guys do a 10-minute coverage where I actually think Nick Fuentes is making really good points here, I actually really appreciate it when he's then you know what, then I was like, oh, okay, never mind, fine, that's fair.
Criticism is inappropriate or
what's funny? I don't think this changes the calculus at all, but I've seen Kyle Kalinske do that. like I said, I am not Kyle's biggest fan, but I've seen Kyle break down a clip of Nick Fuentes criticizing the Trump administration and calling for Groypers to vote Democrat out of raw accelerationism. And Kyle has praised Nick Fuentes, saying, hey, I understand he has a cynical motivation for wanting to vote Democrat, but, it is what it is. And I think everything he criticized the Republican Party for is accurate and true. Oh my God.
Lack of criticism. I don't get it.
Yeah, the other thing I just really want to reiterate. So Kyle had a live stream, Kyle Kalinske and Corin. I can't remember what day it was. It may have been the day that the key conversation was had. But Kyle took the question about vote blue no matter who, I think from from some guy from Progressive Victory. And he gave a really long answer. And he apologized and said, look, the truth is I was wrong. And I'm sorry about that. I was wrong.
You don't get credit for after the fact riding the fucking waves. You ride the waves on fuck Dems for so long, and then once the Dems lose the election and then the focus shifts back on criticizing MAGA, you're like, oh man, fuck, we should have really done that. What you don't, yeah, this was not a hard call. This is not a hard call. And fine, but then why would we listen to anything you have to say politically past that? If you're clearly unqualified for the moment, whatever you're supporting now, what guarantee do I have in the future that you're not going to say oh, fuck, I made the wrong choice there, guys? What?
It was the easiest election of our lifetime.
If you couldn't make that call, then I don't know why anybody would listen to you for any political anything. There's no call here to like, why listen to this person at all?
When I downplayed the threat of Trump and I didn't endorse the Democratic candidate, like, the link is out there, the VOD is still out there. And he said that, that's why the liberals were right about Donald Trump and the Democratic Party. And, he just gave, I think, a really sincere and candid answer, about how, because I think it also had to do with vote blue no matter who, now that the table has turned, right? And what liberals might do by withholding their support from Abdullah Syed. And, he didn't rant and rave and like, they better fucking fall in line. He was like, I get it. And I hope they don't do that. And we don't need to be smug about it. And we need to, those of us who did not adhere to that standard need to admit that we were wrong. We should have adhered to that standard and adhere to that standard moving forward, which is why I said, if Kyle betrays his commitment, and does what he did in 2024, we don't have to wait until 2028. If he does it in, like I said, I use the example of Michigan,
The Red Scare, man, it's just so silly to me. See, sorry, I'm getting distracted because I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm getting distracted. But wasn't the Red Scare during the 50s or the 60s? When was the Red Scare? The United States experienced two major periods of the Red Scare. The first Red Scare lasted from 1917 to 1920 after World War I, and the second Red Scare lasted from roughly 1947 to 1954. So, hold on. The 1917 Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and a wave of post-war labor strikes in the U.S. So, the Red Scare was motivated by, I don't know, the Soviet Union controlling a third of Eurasia? China controlling another large portion of Eurasia? Smaller Southeast Asian countries being swept up by socialism and communism? Those socialist and communist regimes being authoritarian, murderous assholes? So I don't get what pisses me off. I brought up this argumentation last night where the Labour Party in Australia and the United Kingdom have existed for the past century as a part of the diplomatic or democratic caucus, and they haven't issued in Marxist-Leninist authoritarian governments. But that's only because of the Republican checks on their power. Whereas, simultaneously to the emanation of these parties, there were majorly violent, authoritarian, fucked up takeovers over large swaths of Eurasia. So pretending like, oh, I don't know what the Red Scare was all about. Bitch, do you know the history of the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s? Because socialists and communists were wiling the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? You have guns. Yeah, you need to keep your guns. You need to keep your guns in case you need them.
The event that Stevens won, if he reneged on his apology and his commitment to drag his balls for broken glass, et cetera, and so forth, that would probably be the end of our association, or become much more hostile. And two, when people keep going back to 2024, I had no relationship with Kyle in 2024. I just checked on my phone while we were talking. The first interaction I ever had with Kyle Kalinske was on October 19th on Crystal, Kyle and Friends with Hutch. Hutch and I debated Crystal and Kyle. It was a good conversation. And at that time, And at the time, yes, pushing back on the mansion stuff and, how the Green Lantern theory of politics and stuff like that. Like Hutch and I were side by side. It was a civil, productive conversation. Hutch and I had a really good time. Hutch, Kyle, and Crystal were friendly at the time. It only lasted about a year. They eventually fell out again. But that was it. That was the first interaction I had just a few weeks before the election. And then I don't think I can't remember the last, when we had the next interaction after that. But it was well into Trump's second term. So now we have a professional relationship in the sense that we have collaborated. He's been on my show. I've been on his.
He's doing some good work against the Trump regime. Right. We will disagree from time to time on how he frames things, on who he critiques. I disagree with a lot of his framing and assertions about Epstein. I don't hold back from criticism when I have it. But a lot of these prescriptions seem empty as fuck because no one's willing to say don't ever interact cordially with Kyle Kalinske. They just say call him out. I don't see any inconsistency with my behavior or with Josiah's behavior and with what the prescription is.
No, yeah, because again, I can't go back. What I'm not going to do. He is a massively influential content creator. I think 30 million monthly views. He's bigger than I am. He's one of the most influential in the business. And I'm just not going to needlessly burn that bridge, as far as using it to defeat MAGA. And so far, he has kept true to his word, as best I can tell. He has repeatedly given liberal Democrats their praise, while also hammering them in other respects. Yes, he's used Diet MAGA before, but when Newsom passed, he's bigger than I am. Go back. What I'm not going to do. He's a massively influential content creator. I think 30 million monthly views. He's bigger than I am. He's one of the most influential in the business. And I'm just not going to needlessly burn that bridge, as far as using it to defeat MAGA. And so far, he has kept true to his word, as best I can tell. He has repeatedly given liberal Democrats their praise, while also hammering them in other respects. Yes, he's used Diet MAGA before, but when Newsom passed Proposition 50, he celebrated that. Jesus Christ. during the midterm election, not the midterm, the elections last year, when
yeah.
Mamdani won, Spanberger won, and Cheryl won, Kyle began his stream with the shades on, lighting up a cigar, and it wasn't just about Mamdani, it was all of them. He was celebrating the entire victory. So no, I'm not going to say, well, you fucked up spectacularly in 2024 and 2020, therefore there's no redemption for you. You fucked up in 2020, 2020.
And 2016, by the way.
Before we had any sort of association, and I'm going to hold that against you, and there's no redemption for you. Time moves forward. He has publicly, repeatedly apologized for fucking up. He has given credit to liberals and Democrats for being 100% right on Trump. And, he said, I think he either texted this to me or said it on stream that, like, fuck no, I would vote for Joe Manchin over this shit, like all these other things. And so all I can do is judge him by the relationship that we have now and the expectation that he's provided. And I'm very proud of the fact that, in my own small degree, that I've been able to influence him on the thing that's the most important to me. Court expansion. That's a big deal because Kyle is an advocate for progressive policy like Medicare for all and getting money out of politics and all these things. And he has repeatedly said, and not to give myself a pat on the back, but it does mean a lot to me. He has repeatedly credited me for influencing him to do this. He agrees that court expansion is the single most important thing. It's more important than Medicare for all and overturning Citizens United and climate change legislation and voting rights expansion and blah, 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 because it's the necessary first step. And that's important to me, not just because he's this random person, but precisely because...
I wonder if Kyle even believes like the Supreme Court should exist, or what his ultimate view even is on that. Jesus.
Because he has such a massive platform. And so, and Pisco and I are trying to, get on breaking points to have a conversation with people about, Supreme Court expansion too. And so, like, I think it's a big deal. And if he violates his commitment, then he will be a fascist enabler by his own standard, and so too would Crystal be if she violated that particular standard. But yeah, so I think
I don't even go as far as Josiah. Like, if Wick, for example, voted for one of these MAGA candidates over DSA, I would probably still do panels with Wick. I mean, what Josiah's doing is almost like
but they would be a lot different. But
that's actually a good point. I honestly, well, no, it's interesting. I hadn't thought about it like that, and now I need to interrogate why I would hold Kyle to a different standard than Wick, because when you use Wick as an example, I don't know if I would end any association with Wick. I don't know.
Like,
I have to think that. So,
already running from their position before it's even happened.
Why would... Yeah, wait. I don't even know why there'd be a different standard here. Or I guess he's saying he doesn't even know why there'd be a different... Who knows? Okay.
The standard for associationship is just like a different standard than the standard for like good actions. And now, obviously, I'm sure that would color what you think of Kyle, maybe how you interact with Kyle. And you've said as much.
Yeah, well, that's why I said the other part is that it would either end or it would just become more adversarial. And maybe that's.
Yeah. But that. Oh my God! Wait, wasn't Pisco just...
Bill says a syllogism. Communism is evil. The Democrats are openly embracing communists. Therefore, the Democratic Party is evil. No one can counter that. They have whataboutism in response. See, Phil, this is what I don't like about this discourse, okay? Because the right wing is obviously encouraging the far left takeover of the Democratic Party, but that's not good for the country at all. And there are liberals. Literally, we are watching a liberal right now, one of the larger liberal commentary political YouTubers, Destiny. They're talking about Wick, who is another person in Twitch and YouTube politics. In the background is Mootin, another person in Twitch and YouTube politics. And they all have the position that if there is something that is measurable that outweighs the harm of electing socialists to government, then maybe they would vote for a socialist. But if the socialist is going to do more harm than good, or if there's no discernible benefit, then they are either going to abstain for voting or even vote for the opposite candidate. So saying that like American politics is binary and then everybody within this binary category is evil, I think is the exact kind of rhetoric that makes our national discourse infinitely worse. And I'm not looking forward to the next decade. If what happens, like for some reason, I feel like there's a hard cap on the DSA compared to MAGA, just because I think they're like socialist LARPing is not going to be as popular. I don't know why. It's just an instinct. So I feel like the DSA is probably going to be hard capped around 30% of the Democratic Party, maybe 40 at most. I still think that the party is still going to remain largely social democrat or mixed economy capitalist. So the point is, like, just saying like 60% or 70% of the Democratic Party is evil. I'm not looking forward to that being a normal sentiment in our political discourse.
Just like screaming at the top of his lungs, like, I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean. And now they're saying, well, I think my ability should be more adversarial. Isn't that literally what every single person has been saying? Like, and then wow, it's so crazy how quickly they understood that.
maybe that's how I would square that particular circle. Because you're right, like you said, okay, Josiah, if Wick were a Wisconsin voter, yeah. No, I mean probably not. My gut instinct is I would just be meaner to him.
No one's saying not go on their shit. It's
Yeah.
just have a fucking conversation.
It's just like the game that people played with Hassan, where it's like, oh well, like shouldn't we go on Joe Rogan? Shouldn't we go on Hassan Piker's show? And it's like, yeah, but there's a difference between going on a show and like being buddy buddy versus going on a show to like have a fight. And I don't know why they're pretending to not understand the difference between those two things.
But
because they don't want to have the fight until after the midterms. They've said so explicitly in this content and other places.
Oh, so that's it. So I find the criticism totally unpersuasive. But unlike before, like there's such a calmness and certitude to my conviction about this, and I'm not riled up. Like people who say, like, why did it take him 10 years to figure this out? Like, okay, so he was a dumb fuck for 10 years, and there were consequences to that. But if I can make room for, and I know some people didn't.
And then again, I don't know where this inability to like understand. I don't know where this inability. I can't explain this other than bad faith. Like, so we got into this huge fight. And then the guy had a knife, and he was trying to stab me, and I managed to fight him off, and then the knife fell on the ground, and then I picked up the knife. And then the guy was like, hold on, I don't think that we should stab each other. Well, I mean, even though he had the position of stabbing before, now he's really like come around to the we shouldn't stab each other position. And so, I have to take him at his word, I think. And it's like, how is this really where we're at right now? Is this like the level of the 50 IQ understandings of these dynamics that we're at? Like, oh, so you're saying that this person, when they felt like they had power, was very eager to exercise it against you. And then in the next election term, when they felt like they didn't have as much power, they very much didn't want anybody to exercise theirs against them. Wow, that's so crazy. That's definitely like a genuine change of position and not just adapting to the changing winds for your political or content creator survival.
Like this comparison, but I think it's apt enough to apply. If I can make room for Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney going from actively facilitating Trump's first term, and Trump was not a regular Republican president, he was a corrupt authoritarian.
What does that even mean? When they're saying facilitated Trump in his first term, like what are they even saying there? Like that they were just Republicans when Trump was in office, or?
I think so. Maybe like voted for his appointments or like bills that he was spearheading.
I think they literally just say that as like a given, and they don't ever expand on it. I have no idea. This argument is another one. It's like this is strange too, because they managed to roll out. It's like the three same ultra retarded arguments that the first what were all three of these? The first ultra retarded argument is this idea of they keep saying that the left doesn't support.
KOE says, Connor, even if we don't like it, we have to accept that it's true. There's a Democrat on your screen literally arguing about why that shouldn't happen. I don't know what you're like. I think MAGA, dude, I did look this up. Cholera deaths in Africa have doubled in the past year. Now, truth be told, I think it only went up from 2,400 to 5,000. But that is 24, that's like 2,600 people that died as a direct result of PEPFAR and not PEPFAR, of USAID cuts. That's measurable. Now, we only have HIV projections so far, but we are eventually going to get the excess death counts caused by increases in HIV as a result of the slashes to PEPFAR. That is fucking evil. Knowing that there are the poorest and least amongst us, that we are taking care of them for a very small amount. I think for the average American taxpayer, it was $40 per year. This projects our soft power into West Africa, and it helps the least amongst us on the planet. And there will be people, the projections are hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people will die. That is evil. So do I look at you, who is an otherwise honest man, preacher, works in his community, has his kids, pays his bills, pays his taxes, tries to do the right thing? Do I say, oh, well, he sweeps for the PEPFAR cuts and he voted for Donald Trump, who is a fucking pedophile who's covering up his pedophile allegations right now. Therefore, Phil KOE and every person who is MAGA is evil. Which means that they do bad and they're conscious of doing bad and they're willfully bad on purpose. Now, so if I don't say that about you, why the fuck would I say that? Especially when we're literally watching Democrats fighting Democrats about whether or not they should embrace socialists. You keep saying communists, but communists want a moneyless, stateless, classless society as the endpoint of human material history, and I don't think everybody in the DSA are communists. Yeah. But hold on. Cholera excess morbidity 2025 to 2020 2025 to 2024. Okay. So, global cholera mortality worsened for a second consecutive year. Total worldwide deaths climbed from 6,000 in 2024 to approximately 7,671 reported by late December 2025, marking a substantial excess in fatality counts despite numbers shifting from roughly 733,000 down to 601,000 over the matching comparative periods. I think in Africa, was I thinking, was it cholera? It might have been malaria. Well, let's just do cholera Africa real quick. Sorry, guys. We're going to look at pandemic disease. In Africa, cholera morbidity and mortality escalated significantly in 2025 compared to 2024, with reported cases rising by roughly 55% and deaths surging by over 150% during the comparable mid-year tracking periods. Mid-year trajectory. Data through 2025 recorded over 200,000 suspected cases with approximately 5,000 deaths, marking a 55% jump in cases and a 115% increase in deaths compared to the same time frame in 2024. Okay, so that's cholera in Africa. And then I think malaria too. Malaria 2024 to 2025 deaths in Africa, morbidity rate increase. In 2024, the WHO estimated 282 million malaria cases and 610 deaths globally. The WHO African region bore 95% of these cases. 2024 to 2025. Where's the 2025 data? Well, at least we can see the cholera. The point is that cholera infections, which was a part of the USAID cuts, and cholera deaths doubled from 2024 to 2025. So, like 55% increase in cases and 115% increase in mortality. So, if that's true, then what is going to be true of AIDS in a year when we get the stats in? Insane projections are not the same as reality is fucking silly. We've been over this. I understand they're not the same thing. Projections are what you think is going to happen in the future based off of data. I don't know why you would treat projections as like arbitrary fantasy. It's very silly. Doobie says, Liz Cheney backed Trump's agenda in his first term and it was a reliable vote for him, pretending not to know what they mean when they say she helped Trump in his first term is hilarious. Yes.
Our candidates, but the majority of the leftist voters did vote for candidates. Like, this is not, we're not talking about the voter. The voters, on average, will always support, even in Hassan's audience, will always support him. But that's not what we're talking about. And also, it would only take a small percentage of the left to not have our candidates elected. 2016 was decided by fucking 15,000 votes or whatever, right? And then what we're talking about is the impact on the media environment, which probably had a much more detrimental impact than just the people who didn't vote. That's the first stupid argument. The second stupid argument was what? Remind me, chat. What was the second stupid argument? Somebody say it. I talked about it. Your face. Oh, good one. Well, now this guy just got banned since you didn't tell me.
His first, I think it's out there were consequences to that. But if I can make room for, and I know some people didn't like this comparison, but I think.
Oh, the second stupid one was pretending not to understand what we mean when we say interact with people, where they're like, oh, so we shouldn't go on their shows or whatever. Like, not understanding that one over and over again.
I think it's apt enough to apply. But if I can make room for, and I know some people didn't like this comparison, but I think it's apt enough to apply. If I can make room for Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney.
Oh yeah, the Adam and Liz Cheney comparisons over and over again. That like we have the exact same standard for every person that we would consider like, I guess like good in a political sense, because like they bring this up over and over again. Nobody is like Adam Kinzinger is not, and Liz Cheney are not in the coalition. Like, they're not Democrats. We wouldn't expect them to be Democrats. We would never expect them to support the Democratic Party. In an exceptional time in U.S. history, I think we would hope that they would support the
Democracy?
anti-Trump, democracy, which I think is what is kind of like at stake here. But they're not Democrats. They're not in the coalition. They're not part of the party.
They just get confused.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe it besides like intentional. Like, this is just so dumb. It's such a weird.
We have
it's so
political
weird.
differences, but they don't want the country to be ruined.
Yeah.
Cheney going from, actively facilitating Trump's first term, and Trump was not a regular Republican president. He was a corrupt authoritarian even in his first term. It's not just something that started with the second term. And aiding.
What is the earliest like corrupt authoritarian action that we would say Trump took? I think his rhetoric was fucking crazy. But like, were the tax cuts, like, was that an authoritarian move? Him trying to do like the Muslim ban.
The Ukraine shit is crazy.
That's true. Yes, but he was impeached for that.
That shit's nuts. Yeah, he was.
Well, actually, I'm curious. Did Adam Kinzinger? I would criticize them if they didn't. Fuck.
They should have voted for impeachment.
Vote on impeachment. Trump first term members Congress. The first vote for impeachment had to do with House impeachment vote December 2019. All voting Republicans and 2 Democrats voted nay. Oh, so that's not good. I think they should have voted yay there.
Yeah, they should have voted yes.
All voting Republicans and 3 Democrats voted nay on this one as well.
But I'm willing to forgive it, and do you know why?
Well,
because
don't even hold on.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of being willing to forgive it or whatever. They're not on our team. They're not Democrats. I don't have to. There's nothing to forgive, right? They would never be on our team or join our team. They're Republicans who recognize like the threat of the moment. I think they should have voted, I think they should have voted for impeachment here. But I mean, what do you want me to say?
Sure. I mean, but they go on to
to make big political
serve on the
decisions
January 6th shit.
that
Yes,
ended
they
their
ruined
political
their career.
careers. Yeah. I'm curious though for Cheney and for Kinzinger, have either of them stated why they voted no on that? I wonder if they've ever publicly gone on the record about that.
It'd be a cool
and
question.
abetting and legislating.
Wait, what?
It'd be a cool question to ask him.
Maybe.
Between 90 and 95%, or maybe even higher than that, of his legislative agenda, only to not hold that against them when they decide to say, you know what, I was wrong and I fucked up, and now moving forward, I'm going to try to elect Democrats. If I can do that for actual MAGA legislators, not just commentators, but people who actually had power, like real power, then I can do that with Kyle. And just like with Adam and Liz, as long as they continue to try to get Democrats elected and recognize that Republicans are worse, I can do that with Kyle. And so that's where I am on that.
Thank you for.
So if you disagree, if you draw the line differently, that's entirely your prerogative, but I'm unpersuaded by it.
Thank you for the raid, Kai. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Okay, the follow-up from Demiurge says, it just feels like you, as, quote, libs, are chastising other libs. First of all, the scare quotes for the first libs there. I mean, like, do you doubt that we're libs? Do you doubt that Josiah is a liberal? So I don't understand the scare quotes there, what you're implying there. Chastising other libs in the lib spaces, while the leftists see you as sensible libs. It feels like the lefties will not platform your critiques of them. I mean, Josiah just told you, his very first interaction with Kyle and Crystal was with Touch, specifically debating them on some of these issues, right? It's just not the case.
Yeah, just a few weeks before the election.
When we had Crystal
and that was
Ball
it.
on,
Like we weren't in daily contact after that. Like I think that was we had no contact for months after that. I don't even know if he followed me immediately on Twitter after that. I think he was following because I think Hutch was the one who set it up, so he and Hutch were in contact, but not him and I.
And later on, when we had Crystal Ball on Live and Learn for the first time, Hutch was highly critical of Crystal then.
Hutch? Well, Hutch was. Oh my God.
So, like, you can say all this, that they will not platform your critiques of them.
Yes, apparently Lily is voice hacking a new hero on Overwatch. There you
go.
Officer Nasty, if you have a link, I'll take a look at this. This content is kind of like falling out for me because I feel like Destiny is just like laughing while I'm not, excuse me, I'm not necessarily seeing additional points. I think the crux of the issue that I described is what remains the crux of the issue. Josiah and Pisco view the DSA as necessary for the big tent at least through the midterm. I think they have already made peace with the fact that the Democratic Socialists are going to be a substantial portion of the Democratic Party. It seems like Stephen Wick and Mooten want to strangle the DSA in the crib right now. I think it's going to be too little too late. So that's my commentary so far.
And maybe they are less inclined to do it than someone like me or someone like Wick, right? I would buy that. But again, that's all consistent with our view. Even if they were not inclined to house our criticism, what should we do then? Should we not ever, like what? Then what, right? Let's say that it were true, that they're completely unwilling to platform our critiques of them. Then what, right? That's what I mean when this is all toothless. It really just seems to be vibes that we want you to be more antagonistic than you are against them currently. And if that's what's being said,
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Like, I just don't see any utility in changing my approach to this. I thought a lot about it.
You're going to want to motivate us, right?
Yeah.
If you want us to change, you want to motivate us. You should do this because of that.
I think you have like less than 2 IQ points.
I don't respect you if that's your takeaway here. It's actually insane that you're like, oh my God, the point about the specific contradiction on Barack Obama's endorsement as opposed to the thing you were saying, you would have to be so silly and stupid to. The candidate has quality in virtue of their
do it, but she was her genuine self. If she would have done that more often instead of talking about Abdul Sayed's podcast over and over and over again, and I'm endorsed by Barack Obama like over and over again in the debate versus Abdul, she probably would have won. She would have won this primary, and you have to ask why the consultants are telling her to talk like that.
Oh shit, we might have to. We're Katie Miller fans here, so we're gonna have to watch her show.
I think I'm Gucci. It's 2 p.m. You guys have been very generous. I've had a good time. I got pre-recorded content to work on. So basically, I'll just let this content bake a little bit. I'll let it cook a little bit, and if there's some Pisco crash outs tomorrow, that could be fun. So doobie. Let me thank the people who have donated. Doobie. Michael Hatchtube, Anonymous Chatter, Unork, Michael Hatchtube, Paul V, Old School, Hedonic Samuel, Diminished Darknut, Old School, Doobie, Grassroots, Nameless Henchman. Thank you, Kings and Queens, for being so generous. I do appreciate it. Mooten is hopping on to talk with Pisco right now. Then I should just let them fight, and that can be content for tomorrow. So, you know, don't spoil your dinner, chat. We'll probably cover that tomorrow. And yeah, I'm going to go work on Star Wars. I'm going to go work on sci-fi. I'm going to go work on Warhammer 40K. What else y'all got before I dip out? AKA Batu Sai says they are hyper Democrats. B for Brian sarcastically says the tiger kitten Paul. You can't tell me that feeding the socialist kitten has not become a tiger when within a decade we went from 3%, 5% representation of Democratic Socialists in the Democratic Party to 30% of the Democratic Party self-identifying as Democratic Socialists. You can't laugh that off. You could say Trump is worse, but I've always conceded that. So, you know, I think it's very silly goose. Bo Bradley says, just popping in to remind Connor that Chesterton's fence is an R-slurred analogy and he should really be feel R-slurred for liking it. Why? There's been plenty of bad shit that's been damaged by guardrails being removed. Perfect example is the screwworm outbreak in the cow population today. Why do I have a feeling that Bo Bradley isn't going to have a response to that? We literally had health guardrails and monitoring against screwworms in the agricultural population of America. We removed the funding and the monitoring, and within like 6 months, we had an outbreak. So, what the fuck? Holy shit, raid Pisco? I don't know how to raid. Fellrunner says, great show. Thanks, Connor. Officer Seek Help 07. Can you guys be nice? Just be nice. Michael Hatchtube for 5 says, the inter-party drama is giving me salt and pepper hairs. Well, you need to put on your fucking seatbelt for the next decade. You guys are looking at I don't think it's going to be as bad as the MAGA takeover as the Republican Party because you guys don't have as big of a charismatic leader to rally around. But you guys are for sure going to be dealing with annoying socialists who are very loud and who think they are the center of attention, and it's going to get substantially worse. Also, Nasty says, great stream, good show per usual. Thank you, King. Fellrunner says, I'm on vacation all week, Connor. Don't fall to the proletariat in the meantime. I won't. In terms of total terms in Congress, how many were held by socialists throughout our entire history? It is more than 5 terms among every seat in either chamber. I think the hysteria is nonsense. Okay. All right. A better analogy would be finding a ridiculously large fish while they normally get caught a lot younger. Yeah. Yeah. But what if it's like a shark? You know what I'm saying? Anyways. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. You've got memberships, you've got my parasites. We love you. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you had a good time. Go watch your other favorite streamers. I hope you have a beautiful day, and I will see you tomorrow on Valor Media Network at 9:30 a.m. Bye for now, guys.